right, Jared tells me the feed is up for tonight on YouTube, and we just tested WebEx. So we thank everybody for being with us tonight. This is the regular meeting of the Mahomet-Seymour Board of Education. It is 7 p.m. and we'll call on Monday the 19th, and we'll call the meeting to order. I'd like to remind everyone in attendance to sign in. If you're a guest, I'd like to remind everyone to silence their cell phones. I would like to remind our visitors, in order to facilitate an effective meeting, we ask if you'd like to make public comment tonight, to read the visitor guidelines found on the table outside the door and complete the public participation form and get those to Dawn over in the corner of the room. Dawn, could you take attendance for us, please?
Giles?
Here.
Keith?
Here.
Hendricks?
Here.
Schultz?
Here.
Larson?
Here.
Hennessy?
Here.
McComb?
Here. Let's stand, please, for the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. Board members, you have had a chance to review the agenda prior to tonight. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as it has been presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion on the agenda. We have a roll call vote, please.
Larson?
Yes.
Hendricks?
Yes.
Giles?
Yes.
Hennessy?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Schultz?
Yes.
McComb?
Yes. All right. Are there any more forms to get into Dawn? Dawn, do you have any agenda items besides,
For school?
yeah,
I have one on the IGA,
okay.
and then I have two that I don't have an agenda topic for.
Okay. Can we, Jared, can you play someone to check with those people, whoever they are, so we know what they're speaking about? That's going to be important to me. All right, consent agenda. Board members, you've had an opportunity to look at the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as it's presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Just so you know, the consent agenda includes minutes of previous meeting, bills, the treasury report, and personnel changes tonight. Is there discussion on the consent agenda? No. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Hennessy?
No.
Schultz?
No.
Keith?
No.
Giles?
Yes.
Hendricks?
Yes.
Larson?
Yes.
I'm sorry. McComb?
Yes, I know we didn't have any discussion. Would anyone like to let me know why we've got no votes on the consent agenda? That would be helpful.
For me, there are minutes that are inaccurate.
Same for me.
Okay.
For me, there are minor concerns that aren't worth the argument and discussion.
Okay. Okay. When you get those to us ahead of time, next time we'll try to work on those. Donations, is there, Dr. Hall?
Thank you. We have a donation from Grace Church of Mahomet to the high school, $2,500 in cash for our social work fund. And from the Mahomet-Seymour Basketball Association's Lincoln Trail cash donation of $1,000 for a total of $3,500 in donations. So thank you very much to both of those donors. Appreciate the generosity.
We are most appreciative of those donations. Is there a motion to approve the donations as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion on the donations. Keep them coming. Yeah, there you go. Okay, can I have a roll call vote to approve the donations, please?
I'm sorry, I might have missed the motion.
Yeah, we had a motion and a second. It was Jeremy and Lori. No, it was Merle and Lori.
No, it's
It was Jeremy and Lori.
Yeah.
One of those two and Lori.
Okay, we got it. All
there's issues with our minutes sometimes.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Hennessy,
Yes.
Schultz,
Yes.
Larson,
Yes.
Giles,
Yes.
Keith,
Yes.
McComb.
Yes. My mask band was pinching my ear. I couldn't tell for sure which of them.
Oh, I missed it.
I thought you. Okay, number 7. It is Principals Recognition Week. And I've got a nice proclamation here honoring our principals and talking about all the great things they do. And it says, whereas school principals play an integral role in the education and growth of children in elementary, middle, and secondary schools across the state of Illinois, they're responsible for promoting education and building relationships with parents, teachers, and to ensure each child receives services that meet their needs and excel in the classrooms. And it goes on with a lot of other great language, which I'm not going to read, but it's signed by Governor Pritzker and Jesse White, Secretary of State. So we want to point out that it is Principals Week, and we sure appreciate our building leaders and all they do for our district. So thank you, principals. Some of them I think are on WebEx. Okay, now it's time for communications. Anyone from the PTO? No. I understand the MSEA would like to say something tonight, so we'll yield a couple minutes here to the MSEA.
Good evening, I'm Megan Jones, one of the co-presidents of the MSEA, along with James Heinold, and I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the MSEA. The board's discussion this evening regarding the question of returning in full next semester, 4 days a week or 5, is not the right question. A better question the board should be asking themselves is, how could you possibly know in the middle of October how to safely conduct school in January? In a pandemic, the mere passage of time carries little significance. Our inability to socially distance with all students returning for full days means the only safe plan forward is to continue with our current hybrid plan until we enter stage 5 of the state's Restore Illinois plan. That is an identifiable benchmark that represents a rational basis for reopening in full. The MSEA is willing to discuss ways to further address the social and emotional learning needs of our students beyond the in-person instruction time in the current hybrid plan. There are ways to do that without compromising everyone's health and safety. The MSEA urges you to reconsider your decision to reopen in full in January. The hybrid plan has proven to be a safer plan for students, staff, and the community. Therefore, we should stick with it. In the meanwhile, the MSEA has decided on 2 courses of action. First, the MSEA is in discussions with county health officials and will be walking with them through the building so they can assess if adequate distancing is possible and if a plan to reopen in full in January is feasible. In the absence of a safe plan for January, the County Health Board and the State Board of Education can require the district to go fully remote. As well, the MSEA is submitting this demand to bargain letter to the board tonight in light of contract language that protects staff against having to work in hazardous conditions. The MSEA is exercising our right to bargain the decision to reopen fully, a decision that puts district staff at risk and thereby represents a change in working conditions.
Are you done, Megan? Thank you.
Thanks, Megan.
Foundation.
Yes, I have something. On behalf of the Mahomet-Seymour Education Foundation, I talked at the last month's meeting that they were not able to have their normal Bulldog Bash in May, which supports teacher grants for the classrooms. And so their annual letter will be coming out the 1st of November. Community, we need your support. This supports the teachers and the money goes directly back to our teachers and your students that benefit from these. So please support the annual campaign that comes out November. Thanks.
Okay. Foundation. Okay, visitors. Dawn, who do we have that is not related to the opening plan? We'll do those first. Okay, Frank Howard. And Frank, you can hold just a minute. Before we start, I do want to share tonight with everybody, and I'm sorry to speak loud so people in the hall can hear me. It's not because I'm trying to yell at people. But we appreciate everybody who wants to contribute tonight during public participation time. There are lots of things going on in our lives right now that are creating a great deal of stress. It's completely understandable that emotions are high and opinions are deeply rooted and frustrations are evident. Our public participation section of the meeting is a time to offer comment and opinion on our agenda and our topics. In several recent meetings, this time has been used for personal attacks on individuals using the names of certain individuals or students other than your own is not tolerated, nor will it continue to be allowed and tolerated. It is expected that public comment be focused on words and a tone of civility and respect, even when conveying disagreement with decision making. If individuals who are speaking their public participation time fail to follow this guidelines, you will be stopped immediately and asked to quit and leave the meeting. You will forfeit the remainder of your time. We appreciate your awareness in following these rules. We can maintain a level of atmosphere of respect and civility, okay? So thank you everybody for that. And we won't hold my reading of that against your 5 minutes. So Frank, you got up to 5 minutes if you would like.
Thank you. I feel a little humble down here, talking to all the people that probably know a lot more about what's going on than I do. But I found out over the years that it's important to know where you're headed before you go there. And I've learned a lot in my life by making sure the people that I sought counsel from knew what I wanted to know. It doesn't intimidate me to ask questions and to evaluate what the outcomes are, because even some of the most insignificant decisions in our life can have the most significant effects on the rest of our life. As a board member here at the school, the constituents, the families, the teachers, you have a job that not too many people would envy. And it is a job that will cause heated feelings between people. And to me, that doesn't accomplish a whole lot. But what I'm looking at, or what I have been approached with, is this replat of the subdivision. I'm not a land planner. I don't know. You know, I'm not a farmer. I don't know where I ought to plant corn this year or beans next year, but they do. So if I was going to farm, I'd go ask one of them where to go and what to do. The school board has a responsibility not just to fill up their seat and make decisions. Your responsible is to, consider the effect it's gonna have on everybody in this district. I was in business for myself for years. And the decisions I made not only affected me, but it affected the men that worked for me. And I had to keep that in mind every day. But as I went through my years, I did well. I made a good living. Didn't have to worry too much about paychecks.
Frank, you're down to 1 minute.
1 minute?
Yep.
Okay. But I had everything planned out of what I was going to do. There was one thing that stood in my way. I had health issues come up I wasn't planning on. And it made a big difference in the last few years of my life up to now. So I guess what I'm urging you, there are people who are well trained to do land planning. I think it's wise to seek out those people and to read from their knowledge.
Okay. Time's up. So,
When I was sick,
Thank you,
I'd
Frank.
go to the doctor. My nose.
you're done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I just hope that, I'll rob a minute here and say, I hope that we can look past the opinions and, maybe the dreams that we have and, look at for the well-being of our kids, our families, our teachers.
Appreciate that. I hate to cut you off, but I've got to be fair to everybody tonight, okay?
Pardon me?
I've got to be fair to everybody, and I'm going to have to cut you
I
off.
understand.
Okay, I apologize. That's where we're at.
Especially our board members.
Next,
Thank you.
thank you, Frank. Next up is Russ Taylor.
I should first want to thank the board members, all the time you put in, and everybody's come tonight. I think we've got a very active community that really cares. And as I've said before, you all know, everybody moved here from schools. That's the big thing. And we've got a lot of tension and a lot of personalities and a lot of issues here, not just one. And I appreciate you guys weathering the storm and being here, as well as all the audience. I'm not really qualified to talk about any of these by myself, and I get a lot of advice from people. I've sold houses, as you know, for a long time, and I know quite a bit about houses, but I have a lot of people I call for advice all the time. And I read a lot of books, and I've learned a lot of things in this school. That's where I went to school. And one of the things, a couple of coaches that I really respect through the years, John Wooden, like the best basketball coach ever. He won 10 national championships in 12 years. I've read about every book about him. But one of the phrases that always stuck with me is he'd always say, be quick, but don't hurry. And I think that kind of says some things about you need to act at the right time, but don't get in a hurry and let somebody else push you. Because we're all responsible for our own actions, and we need to do the homework and get the advice you need. You're all experts at certain things, but none of us are experts at everything. So that's another thought I got from another coach is Tom Landry. Some of these are old guys, I don't know if they're
Dallas Cowboys.
but Dallas Cowboys, the hat on the sideline. And he'd get in a lot of tough situations, he never got rattled, and he never got emotional. And one game, they were commenting about a tough situation he was in, a very tough situation. And they said, the guy said, I wonder what he is deciding, trying to decide. And the other announcer had played for him. He said, he's not deciding anything. He's remembering what he already decided he was going to do in this situation. So it's just preparation. So I want to encourage the board and thank you. And don't be rushed into making a decision on any of this that you haven't done enough homework that you feel comfortable with. And I know that you've got personality issues and pandemic and planning and buildings and all this. But getting advice and not being pushed and rushed into things. You can't stall on things, but don't be pushed into it. I talked to a friend of mine who's very involved with major planning for a healthcare organization even today. And he just talked about you really have to just see what your area is and what your main focus is. And one thing in these buildings and setup, which I'm talking about now, is just safety. And what do you want to use and what's the long-range plan? And don't be thinking about just 5 to 10 years, but 20, 30, 40 years as far as how things are laid out and what your real purpose is. So I thank you for your time. Don't rush into doing something that you haven't thought out and the community is supporting you on. There's no rush. And especially not to make a mistake. Thank you.
Ross, thank you. And next up is Jody Wesley.
Good evening. I want to talk to you a little bit about the intergovernmental agreement plat that's also been voted on tonight. I've got a few thoughts. My general thoughts are I feel there are many items that should be explored, discussed, and agreed upon prior to the approval of the proposed IGA plat. And I have a few examples of things that people may have not considered that I think are valid. One, since the extension of South Mahomet Road from Churchill to Prairie View Road is not included in the proposed plat, I think the board should have an understanding of what the extension is going to look like, where it is placed, and whether or not residential is going to be allowed on either side of the road. I think it is only fair that they be heard and given preference since they are approving the majority, or providing the majority of the TIF funds for this work. Two, I think it is vital that the board request an monument that property backing up to either Churchill or either side of South Mahomet Road from the edge of the school property headed east. It needs to be protected from private access with only limited subdivision access being allowed and where possible, access completely avoided. Three, to help further secure the security and fluidity of the school's campus, I think it will be prudent and forward thinking to ask developers that have ground backing up to either Churchill Road, South Mahomet Road from Churchill East, and along the school's west property line to install a privacy berm green space along the entire length of the property. Again, since school TIF funds are paying for roads and utilities that developers will benefit from, it is fair to ask them to contribute towards this enrichment of the school's campus. Having homes backyards with fences, dogs, and who knows what else backing up to your west property where soccer balls and young adventurous children are engaged is not good. The berm would help buffer these activities. It could be built half on the property of the school and half on the developer's property to minimize the cost to the developer. Along those same lines, ask developers in the village to share in a plan with the district to include street lighting now rather than later along Churchill Road, South Mahomet Road, and at the roundabout, which is direly needed. Number five, the plat does not show new turn lanes being installed at the entrance to your east parking lot. I think this needs to be included now. Number six, the plat is not clear that sidewalks will be built on both sides of Churchill and South Mahomet Road. I think this needs to be a part of the green space suggestion I previously mentioned. I encourage you to start viewing this area as a school campus and not just as a school building location. In closing, I respect that the board and the administration are currently overwhelmed with all that is before you right now. And some may want to say, okay, and move this off your plate. However, as simple as some of these things sound, they can be monumental later on as development around your campus happens. Current boards and administrations for both districts and the village will change. Future boards may not have knowledge of your current intent. This is why you must take whatever time it takes to address this opportunity you have. In observation of current board operations, it appears you try to be knowing, all-knowing, and feel you need to do everything alone. I want you to know you don't have to do this alone. Outsource some of this work, especially things that you don't have expertise in. Utilize some of your community resources that are available. Not doing so, you are producing subpar work that may affect the district, the students, and the community for generations. And I do say that with my heartfelt best. I love you all. We're here to help. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jody.
Thanks, Jody. Okay, Dawn, everything, the remaining of the comments are would the reopening plan, right?
Yes.
Okay. Any idea how many? Okay. So here's where we're at, folks. We need to do some business tonight. Okay, and we've got to talk about all this. And frankly, when it gets to be 11 and 12 and 1 a.m., we get a little fuzzy and we don't do our best work. So we want to do our best to hear everybody we can. We are going to, by board rule, we need to allow at least 20 minutes on a topic. And we're going to do that. We're going to set aside 30 minutes to hear comments on the opening plan. Okay? So we're going to go beyond what we're required to do, but we want to get through this in a manner that we're able to talk about business tonight. Okay? And I hope you all understand that. So what we're going to do is Dawn has put everybody who's asked to speak on WebEx or in person in the little basket here. And I'm going to draw, and we're just going to go in order. You get up to 5 minutes. I would suggest that if what you're saying duplicates what somebody else said, or if you can do it in less than 5 minutes, you do. Because we're going to get in as many people as we can get in 30 minutes. Okay? And when 30 minutes is up, we're just going to call it done, and we're going to move on so we get some meeting in tonight. All right? And again, I hate to do this, but I don't know how else we can handle it and get to the agenda. So that's our plan, and Dawn's gonna run the 5-minute clock. And we're gonna go.
Max,
So first is Scott Irwin.
Max.
Colleen.
Yeah, Colleen.
So I just have to say for the record that I am opposed to us not hearing from the community. We have told them that if they attend the meeting, that we would allow them to speak. And so they might have made choices to not send an email, rather to come, because that was what we indicated we would do. I believe the law says that any person shall be permitted an opportunity to address public officials under the rules established and recorded by the public body. And we actually don't have a rule that says that we will not allow people to speak. And I just feel like we should listen to the people who want to come.
Okay.
I'm going to say that I agree with Colleen. We sent out an email that suggested that people would be given an opportunity to speak if they showed up. I feel like that expectation needs to be fulfilled. And if we've set that expectation, we need to be true to our words. We talk a lot about wanting community engagement. I think to limit and exclude people from talking tonight after we told them that if they took the time to come, we would listen, lies in the face of that message. I think it's a dangerous precedent to set. I don't believe it's legal, and I just disagree with that approach entirely.
All right, well, we'll let all board members weigh in on this and then we'll make a decision. So Colleen is a no to the plan. Megan is a no to the plan. Ken?
Yeah, Max, I appreciate what you're trying to do. I think your heart's in the right place, but I'm inclined to let people have their say, especially because we told them they could.
Okay. Jeremy?
How many people do we have to speak? We don't know.
22.
22. So we're looking at,
2 hours.
we're looking at probably potentially 2 hours.
I don't have any problem with, letting people speak. I just think if it's gonna be duplicitous, then we need to expedite that. We do have business to take care of.
Okay. You're with a roll with the normal plan?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and go, and we'll let everybody go. I would ask that if you can do it and get your point across in less than 5 minutes, you do that. I would remind you that we are not going to tolerate anything that has to do with personal attacks on board members or administrators or other members of the community for that matter. We've had enough of that lately, and I will bang the gavel and send you packing if that happens tonight. Scott, you're up.
One water ticket.
There you go.
So, good evening. My name is Scott Irwin. I'm here as a parent of 4 children through the Mahomet-Seymour school system, 2 currently in high school, and I'm a professor of agricultural economics at the University of Illinois. Let me first say thank you to the board for opening up this opportunity and deeply respect and appreciate what you guys do, and the teachers who've made a huge difference in my family's life. And so we just say thank you. And so whatever I say, I hope it comes across as very respectful, because that's what's in my heart. So what I'm speaking for, hopefully, I'll try my best to get done in 5 minutes max, is going to, in January, the plan for 5 days per week, full days, full regular hours, and contracting out remote learning. I always think it is important to offer choice so that we have 2 plans, because people evaluate the risks of what we're dealing with differently. And that's what I want to talk about. That's what I think about in my professional life. So I just want to go through a few facts. This may seem a little bit morbid, but just how risky is COVID for our children? I think that that's one thing that we have to keep our eyes on that ball. I just checked the CDC figures this afternoon from February through the latest data on October 10th. From ages 5 to 14, there have been 37 COVID fatalities in the United States out of 41 million children in that age group. So that doesn't even come to rounding error in terms of 0.0%. From age 15 to 24, which includes some non-high school, there have been 374 deaths out of a total of 43 million in that population. So, you can argue about these numbers, the infection, the fatality, all that kind of stuff. But the reality is, thank the Lord, that the COVID is remarkably less risky for our children at a school age than lots of us like myself who are much older. So what we face is truly a tiny, tiny fatality risk from COVID. That's a fact. Now, I'm going to talk just a minute about the other side of this. There's a trade-off that most people are not thinking about when we're thinking about these decisions. That's what I call the economic cost of lost education. It is real. And it adds up a lot bigger, and the clock is ticking. I'm going to use the study that just came out this year from the organization, the OECD in Europe, very reputable economic research outfit. And they estimate that each year of additional education raises your lifetime income by 10%. 10% over your lifetime. Again, 10%, we could live without that, but let's think about the numbers a little bit. Let's assume that our current model that we're engaging in here in Mahomet is 1/3 less effective in terms of education, just counting not being in class, remote. I teach at the University of Illinois, and I'm teaching remote, and I'd be lucky if it was only 1/3 less effective, but that's my opinion. Did a little analysis today, and my estimate is that conservatively, if I'm right, that it's 1/3 less effective, each student in our school system will suffer $100,000 in less lifetime earnings for what we're doing. And it adds up every day. Now you think, $100,000 over a lifetime, that's a long time. Most people work between 40 and 50 years, so you could spread that out, right? Average it out.
Scott, you're at 40-second clock.
I'm well done. That's $350 million for the over 3,000 students here in Mahomet. So I recognize that there are trade-offs involved in these decisions, but don't forget the long-term economic impacts on our children. I'm 62 years old, I'm in a high-risk category, and I'm more than willing personally to take any risks that come with going to 5 days. And I have 2 children, so I have skin in the game. I realize other people of good spirits may disagree with me on that, but I think we have to think about our kids.
Thanks, Scott. Next, Kelly Kirby.
You hopped right up.
Yeah.
Dear Superintendent Hall and Board of Education members, I write to you today on behalf of my teaching and support staff colleagues amidst the COVID-19 pandemic that is currently seeing 33 states with rising test positivity rates, a warning from Dr. Fauci that the expected fall surge may be a good indicator that steep climbs in case rates are ahead, and COVID cases surging in the northern Midwest and northern states. Dr. Peter Hotez, Dean of the National School of Tropical Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine, predicts this surge will be national soon enough. At the same time, you, the elected officials, and top administrators in the school district are considering increasing the number of students in each classroom and increasing the duration students are in school, while simultaneously decreasing social distancing from approximately 6 feet as recommended by the IDPH to mere inches. Furthermore, primary students would be expected to remain in their classroom for nearly a full school day, without recess or an opportunity to burn off pent-up energy. Is this really the time to increase restrictions, increase classroom enrollments, and put students and adults in closer proximity, thereby increasing the risk of COVID exposure? This past July, the board voted to allow families to choose either blended on-campus learning or virtual off-campus learning. Here we are, nearing the end of first quarter. With COVID cases expected to peak amid a concurrent flu season, and school officials without input from staff are considering changing the plan to put more children and adults at risk of exposure in response to families' requests for more in-person learning. I, like my colleagues and fellow parents, would prefer in-person instruction 5 days a week. However, the pandemic, not public opinion, should dictate the parameters by which instruction occurs. The health and safety of our community should take precedence over all other matters, including instruction, childcare, and political beliefs. Blended and virtual instruction are far from perfect. Nothing will compare to the easy, simple, or what we would like, but the current educational plan is prudent compromise that provides daycare throughout the day, gives families a choice of limited in-person instruction or complete virtual instruction, and has, to date, proven to be a safe option. Changing course now, when a predicted storm is on the horizon, is neither safe nor wise. As the leaders of this school district during a once-in-a-century pandemic, your decisions should have life-altering or even life-ending ramifications. Why risk public safety for a few more hours of classroom instruction? I and my colleagues urge you to act judiciously and maintain the present educational plan. I hope you'll consider our input and refrain from making any changes to the educational plan at this time. Revisiting the plan for second semester at a later date allows further planning to be based on the most recent scientific data and guidance and current status of the possible vaccine. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, the first grade team.
Thank you, Kelly Kirby.
Thank you, Kelly. Tiffany Bowie.
Tiffany Bowie.
Hi, Tiffany.
Hi. Mine's a little different than the way other people present it. Years ago, I was pregnant with a child who would likely not survive. I collected as much data as I could, but I realized I had to make a choice. Medical experts couldn't make guarantees about his safety or mine. But when I chose to continue the pregnancy, it was my choice. 2 years ago, I left a job I loved because situations at home were becoming more complex. And although leaving the workforce was not ideal, it was my choice. At the beginning of the school year, the majority of this community voted for a hybrid plan. It wasn't ideal, but I still had a choice. Now, we're seeing 80% of our families want to return to a 4 to 5 day schedule. The parents have to choose what is best for their family. The teachers have to choose if they want to work here or share their gifts and talents elsewhere. I am truly not here for my kids. I can send them to a private school. As much as that makes some of you think that I am an elitist, it should help you realize I am here because I love this community, and there are many children here who don't have a mom or a dad or a family member fighting for what they believe is their best choice. Some of us can do a private school if we don't like the option. Some can homeschool. Some of us can actively encourage that outsourced learning include hiring more local teachers as part of the curriculum. But at the end of the day, we need to remember having a choice is different than getting our way. If 80% want to return, I truly believe we need to offer that as part of the choice. That's it.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tiffany. Ryan Majors.
Ryan Majors. I'll use my teacher voice.
There you go. Thank you, Laura. Hey, Ryan.
Hello. Thanks for the opportunity to be here tonight. I'm here really to say I think it's time to get our kids back to school. You know, when I say that, what I'm talking about is 5 days a week. The current hybrid model is not helpful for many of our students. Some of our best students are struggling. They're struggling with their academics, they're struggling with feeling disengaged. There's a number of other issues happening with them as a result of this hybrid model. And I think we can do better. You know, I think what I've heard from many parents, students that have excelled academically, historically, are failing. They're literally failing classes, and that should not happen. I think we're all doing our best. I think we're making our effort, but I'd like to see us move to a model that's more traditional and more helpful for all families. I think the current plan is really not a recipe for long-term success. You know, we're all aware of the pandemic. I think we're all aware of a certain amount of risk that we take on by being, you know, citizens in the current society. And, you know, to a certain extent, we have to embrace the risks. We have to make decisions for ourselves. about what's prudent for us, what's prudent for our family. And I think, what we have to do as a school board is address the idea that our students are falling behind. They're not being helped in the current model. And there are ways to do this and ways to make this work for everyone, students, teachers, staff, administrators. So my challenge to you, first and foremost, would be find a way to not ask if we're gonna go back to school, find a way to ask how can we go back to school and make this work. And what we've done is we've polarized into these two groups that have said, hey, we're either, anti-school or pro-school, and it doesn't feel right. I think our community is better than that. I'd like to see us act better than that. And I think, what we really need to do is find a way to get back into a model that doesn't leave kids behind. Them falling behind this year, as Dr. Irwin referenced, is not only, there's not only economic challenges, there's academic challenges for them. They will compete at some level someday with students in other districts, in other states, that have had a full, helpful education experience this year. How willing are we to sit back and say, not here, not in Mahomet? Many of us are here for the school. That's why we're here. I'd like to see us excel. I'd like to see us continue to be a leader and not live in a world of fear. So my question is, how do we make that happen? I think as a board, it's particularly incumbent on you as representatives of the community to be proactive. We've heard from the Education Association. I don't frankly understand the position entirely that they hold. I don't agree with it. But I think it's incumbent on you to work with the educators in the community and with the community, the parents and the students to say, how do we get this worked out? How do we find a way, whether you've got your own reservations and fears about COVID or not, I think it's very important for us to see our students put first and foremost. That's what we're here for, and that's what you as a board are here for. So that would be my challenge to you. We're not in denial, of an illness. I think some of the statistics would show, to be honest, what we've learned in the last few months is risk levels are a lot lower than we thought they might have been in March. Particularly for our students, but including our faculty and our staff. So, let's not pretend that everybody in this situation is going to be affected the same way. And we can have disagreements about what being affected means. But what I would like to see, again, is a proactive approach to say, how do we get students back in school? We don't want to leave kids behind. My son struggles at times with school, being disengaged on Mondays and being remote on Tuesdays and Thursdays. As a parent, I do my best to help him. I don't think I'm always very good at it, to be frank.
Down to 1 minute.
Thank you. It's been a long time for me. Algebra is not what I'm doing every day for a living. But, what my concern is, not necessarily even for my son. While he may struggle, what about the kid that doesn't have a parent at home that's willing to help? Where do we leave them in this process? And so that's where, from where I sit, I'd like to see us work together and find a way to get kids back in the classroom where they belong, getting the quality of education that they need, instead of making excuses and trying to find ways to not do that and actively obstruct. Let's be proactive and figure it out. We're a pretty smart community. Education's a top priority here. It's a very educated group. I'm confident we can figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Next, Emily McGill. Hi, Emily.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Emily McGill, and I am speaking tonight on behalf of the second grade team. Our current concerns are centered around the well-being of our students and staff when we return to full day in-person, all day in-person instruction in January. One significant concern is the inability to socially distance. Based on current class sizes, plus the return of more students from remote learning, staying distant will not be possible. In our classrooms, we have 5 tables, measuring 5.5 feet by 3 feet, instead of individual desks. With our estimated class sizes, there will be 4 or 5 students at each table. Even if we removed all of the extra furniture, the distance between students at the tables will not change. In addition, current state guidelines indicate that students are not supposed to be sitting face to face, thus making this arrangement impossible and irresponsible at the elementary level. Our current hybrid model has been proven to minimize the number of students and staff impacted by a positive case due to the spacing and the smaller number of students present. In January, following the protocols that have been set for us with the lack of spacing and larger class sizes, a positive case will result in more students, staff, and entire classrooms being required to quarantine or a building closure. These outcomes are inevitable and will greatly impact learners across the grade level more than the current hybrid model does on a daily basis. An additional concern is the learning environment and mental health of our students. First, students will be expected to remain in their classroom for 5.5 hours in a mask with limited breaks. Imagine 5.5 hours in winter with minimal to no access to outdoor breaks. In a normal year, students are able to work and collaborate with various partners or small groups, utilize learning centers, share manipulatives, and move freely around the classroom. Many of these research-based best practice strategies are not possible during the pandemic. Studies show that an active day improves learning abilities in children. Currently, students are restricted to their seats for 2.5 hours. Looking ahead to January, putting 7 to 8-year-olds in a single classroom masked for 5.5 hours per day with no traditional recess, lunch, or specials is not developmentally appropriate. One final concern is the potential loss of Monday, our asynchronous learning day. It is crucial for both remote and in-person teachers. The time is critical in order for us to collaborate as a team to coordinate and redevelop curriculum for all second grade learners. This day is imperative and ensures equitable instruction and content for all students. Moving forward with the 4 or 5 full day in-person instruction plan will negatively impact the health and well-being of our students and staff. This plan will require us to disregard the state and county guidelines
Emily, you're 1 minute.
put forth in order, thank you, to keep students, staff, and the community at large safe. We are asking you to please carefully reconsider your decision and the ramifications of going full day in-person instruction in January at the elementary level. I thank you so much for your time and for listening. Thanks, Emily.
Thank you, Emily.
Laura Hansfield.
Laura, can you clear this up for me? Are you Laura? I say it both ways, so I'm sure.
It's Laura, like you're Dr.
It is,
Laura.
because I said that and then I called you Laura, so.
Yeah, no, it's, I respond to both. Thank you. So, as both an educational researcher and as a teacher, I know that learning involves noticing, documenting, and understanding patterns. And I love how the teachers in this district have taught my kids to do that. Well, I do see a pattern, and quite frankly, I don't like it. So in spring 2020, when COVID hit, there are some things that I noticed that seemed on the part of the board and the district that seemed very responsive. A parent survey was sent out, illustrating top priorities that the district should take, such as the health of students, staff, and families. And in July, a task force was put together, including teachers, which developed and delivered a comprehensive school plan, which included 1 day in person and 4 days remote. And this plan honored the Champaign-Urbana Public Health Department guidelines. And so this to me looked like responsiveness. But in August 2020, the task force plan was discarded, although it's unclear whether it was actually voted on. Instead, the board voted for our current hybrid option, A and B days, despite the fact that there was no task force plan for this prior to the vote. Things began to look like chaos. In September, there was a survey of the staff, and 74% surveyed said they do not feel safe in moving ahead outside of the district's AB hybrid plan. And yet, after some back and forth, the school board did eventually vote on remaining hybrid for the rest of the semester, but then moving to 4 days a week, keeping remote learning as mandated by the state as an option beginning in second semester. But the Champaign-Urbana public health guidelines in this regard were compromised to accommodate more in-person learning. And again, prior to voting, no task force was created or assembled to create a detailed plan prior to the vote, and parents were not consulted. A chaotic pattern was reinforced. Now here we are in October 2020, and the school board is voting again to consider changing the 4-day plan to 5-day in-person plan. This was announced to families only the week prior to the board meeting. Remote learners now at risk of being removed from the district and outsourced. Champaign-Urbana Public Health Department guidelines further compromised to accommodate more in-person learning, and to what effect? Prior to this vote, no professionally designed, and by professionally designed I mean teachers, plan was generated regarding the details for moving to 5 days a week. This chaotic pattern is now firmly established. I see a pattern in which the school board and administration engage in a sort of performative accountability, where they say they respect teachers' professionalism, but then ignore them. Say they are responsive to parents and yet disregard their opinions and needs. Say they support all students, but then threaten to outsource them. So this is pretty ironic that there's this pattern of changing directions, no community or professional process, whereby teachers and parents design or even weigh in on the plans prior to the board voting, and that defies the public health experts. It's a pattern that creates chaos, which is a bit oxymoronic. In closing, I have 2 words for the board and the administration. Do better. Stop generating chaos, disrespecting our teachers. If your desire is to generate chaos over stability and to prioritize political interests over transparency, then step down so others can do the real work. If your desire is to honestly support our teachers and students, then choose stability. Use your time and resources for further teacher professional development and to make our current plan, though not perfect, we all know that, but to make it work as best as it possibly can. To the teachers and staff, we see you. We see your work. We see your love. We see your humanity and your professionalism, including both your joy in working with our kids and your fear for not having the administration and board support you. We see you and we have your back. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura.
Katie Severs.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Katie Severs, and my family moved to Champaign County more than 3 years ago. We chose Mahomet because of the reputation for its school district, and it has exceeded those expectations. The curriculum is challenging, teachers are passionate and caring, and building administration is exceptional, meeting our needs quickly and whenever possible. Only just recently have we found ourselves discouraged about the district's slow response to return our children back to school full-time. I've written to the board repeatedly about the hardships our family has endured from the hybrid model as a result of COVID-19. These challenges are ongoing daily and still relevant in light of the decision tonight to keep even a single day of remote learning next semester. Our children are only in kindergarten and 4th grade, but the impact has been significant. It has included generalized anxiety, lack of peer socialization and loneliness, emotional meltdowns from e-learning stress, frustration from technological glitches, insecurity from the inability to complete assignments due to incomplete classroom instruction, realizing lost opportunities to participate in classroom science experiments, even grieving the absence of a simple practice called morning meeting, which most teachers conduct, which establishes classroom culture, community, and compassion. There's not even 15 minutes for this in the day right now. But we're trying to stay hopeful about the board's decision for January, looking forward to our children experiencing the school day they have grown to love so much and the environment in which they thrive. But I want more for our children, all the children in this district. I want what's best for them. So I ask that the board reinstate the entire 5-day week with a full day of instruction, or we risk still suffering some of the same symptoms I've just described. Whether we're talking about the current hybrid model or even a single remote learning day on Mondays, it is still a hardship and it's simply not what's best for children. Experts all agree that the goal is to have children attend school in person, which is how they learn best. Even the CDC, who provides the guidelines for COVID-19, wrote an article about the importance of reopening America's schools in which they state, quote, "In-person schooling is in the best interest of students," unquote, and further characterizes schools as essential workplaces. Mondays are essential too. I appreciate the work that has already been done toward the January in-person instruction start date, but I would recommend we return to the standard schedule. Morton School District, which we know has shown success with their full-time return to school plan, has maintained a normal school day with no shortened hours. According to the proposed schedule here, for students who are car riders, family will find themselves waiting for very lengthy periods of time with children at multiple schools. For instance, a family with a 2nd, 4th, and 6th grader will find themselves in car pickup for over an hour in the morning, a span of 8:30 to 9:30 start times, and again in the afternoon, 2 to 3 o'clock dismissals. I presume this schedule was proposed to accommodate social distancing on buses. But even Morton School District reported that although they try to keep the numbers under 50 per bus when feasible, they simply cannot practice strict social distancing on their buses because there are too many students. This is a good reminder that the CDC guidelines are goals, not hard and fast rules. I know those arguing tonight against the return to full-time instruction continue to highlight their concerns about social distancing. But I would like the board to consider an article from the American Academy of Pediatrics, just published last month. The goal, of course, is to stay 6 feet apart to slow the spread of the virus.
Katie, in a minute, just so you know.
I beg your
1 minute.
Okay. We do it because it works. But research has found that spacing desks, even just 3 feet apart, and avoiding close contact may have similar benefits, especially when students wear cloth face coverings like our children do, and do not have symptoms of illness, which we currently screen for daily. The point is, we can do this. We need to do this for our kids. We can still mitigate the spread of COVID-19 while offering the highest level of education for our students. So let's do that. Let's do more for our children. Let's give them all the in-person instruction we possibly can. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you, Katie. Polly McCoy.
If I clean this, will it take away from my overall time?
No.
Thank you. I'm just gonna put this over here. Thank you.
Or you can speak from somewhere else if you'd rather.
There's that table, no one said that.
I can do that. I do this every day. Good evening. My name is Polly McCoy, and I'm a 3rd grade teacher at Lincoln Trail, and I'm speaking on behalf of members of the 3rd grade team. Teaching is our passion. We went into it knowing just how hard it would be. We went into knowing we would collect meager paychecks. We went into it because it's what we love to do. This year is different. We are told to keep trudging ahead, to do our best, to not slow down. If we struggle, we've been labeled as weak. Or it's been suggested that we quit to give those teachers who want to do the work the opportunity to step up. The expectations bestowed upon us have not changed. We are still responsible for meeting students' academic needs. We are still responsible for their social and emotional health. We are still responsible for modeling appropriate behavior. We are still responsible for teaching them to be good humans. To that end, please do not undo all of our hard work. To those community members who are speaking ill of teachers during this time, remember that you have little ears listening and little eyes watching. Your children reflect your actions and beliefs. We hear and see those beliefs played out in our classrooms. Be kind, if not for our sake, for your children's sakes. The academic standards we are held to have not changed. We are looking for the gaps and rushing to fill them. We are expected to maintain the academic rigor as in previous years, all while teaching our students the new norms of school life, how to properly wear a mask, how to social distance, and how to clean, sanitize, and model good hygiene. So let's talk about those new norms for a moment. Going to an all-in model, here are some of the burdens we must deal with and things your children must face each day. Here's what they'll get in their normal school day. No hugs, no handshakes, no high fives, no fist bumps as we greet your child at the door each morning. Less time for instruction. While attending full day sounds like we'll be able to accomplish more, we have to be realistic in the fact that it does not equate to more instruction time. We will have more cleaning protocols. We will have to be mindful of how students interact with each other, teach them how to learn and play 6 feet apart, all the while taking time out of instruction to do so. We will have to conduct over 500 temperature checks at the beginning of the day. We will have to stagger our bus arrivals. We will be unable to begin our instructional day until all of our students have arrived. We'll have to begin dismissal procedures earlier to ensure that everyone stays safe and 6 feet apart. And once again, we will have to conduct more temperature checks at the end of the day before students get on a bus. There will be less time for recess, if at all. We'll only be able to take our students out one class at a time. No finding friends from other classes. Maybe only one recess a day. Lunches will change. With our class sizes, only 50 students in a space at a time means only one class in a space at a time. Some students will eat in the cafeteria, some in the band room, some in the chorus room, some in the classroom, and some even on socially distanced spots on the floor in the hallway. No small group instruction will be possible in reading, writing, or math. Teacher-directed lectures and independent work will become the safest method of learning. Music, PE, art, and library will be in the classroom. We will be unable to sing together. We'll have no room to move. We'll be unable to share art supplies or library books. While returning to normal is what we all want, it's simply not possible to recreate that in a safe and effective manner at this time. It's premature and irresponsible to think otherwise. What we are currently doing in the K-5 hybrid model is working. Teachers are pouring every ounce of their beings into making this school year work and making it the best possible experience for our students. We are able to see our students every single day, and because of the half-day schedule and only having half of the class at a time, we are able to accomplish much, much more with them. An all-in model for K-5 will completely negate all we have worked for during this first semester of learning. It's offensive that it is not recognized how much work teachers have put into creating a safe classroom community and building relationships with our kids. Please be transparent with the families in our district what an all-in model will realistically look like. An abnormal daily schedule, no social distancing, no organic peer interaction or collaboration, less time for recess if at all, not to mention that some students will be assigned a brand new teacher halfway through the school year. Also, there's been no talk of providing safety measures like plexiglass dividers to ensure the safety of our students or teachers since they're unable to socially distance in the classroom. No discussion of modifying our HVAC system. Other districts in our area have planned ahead and used ample time and resources to implement these safety measures in order to go full time. It seems our district wants to jump into the deep end and then figure out how to swim. It was stated at the last board meeting that teachers are getting a full-time salary for working part-time. Now it's time to get to work. I assure you we're working overtime. We have never been more physically, emotionally, or mentally exhausted. We've never worked harder, never cried more, never felt this totally helpless.
Time is up.
We're willing to step up to the plate, but the plate is beginning to crack. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Val. Next is Emily Fernandez.
Good evening.
Hi, Emily.
Hi. Good evening, Board of Education members and Dr. Hall. My name is Emily Fernandez, and I'm speaking on behalf of our kindergarten team, a dedicated team of teachers who all reside in Mahomet and are parents of current and former Bulldogs. We are all invested in our amazing schools and community. As the early childhood experts and advocates, the safest and most developmentally appropriate plan is our current half-day, 4-day plan. We acknowledge that the plan is not perfect. As educational professionals entrusted with the education of our community's children, we are in support of continuing the use of current 4-day hybrid plan to teach our students. Given the current size of our classrooms, complying with county health guidelines and maintaining social distancing at full capacity would be impossible. Therefore, the choice must be made between following current public health guidelines or full student capacity instruction 5 days a week. We believe that the choice is clear. The only way forward is to maintain our current system until given the all clear by our local health department. As professionals entrusted with the education of our community's children, we are in support of continuing the use of the current 4-day hybrid plan to teach our students. It is difficult for us to convey to you what teaching and learning during COVID-19 looks like. Every single moment of the school day has been impacted. From peer interactions, material management, restroom breaks, instructional formats, reading books, student safety, and so much more. It is for these reasons we cannot support a vote for full student 5-day attendance at this time. We look forward to the day that we can. We urge you to listen to our voices and value our expertise. We urge you to vote to continue the current plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily.
Emily, thank you. Next is Madeline Grinley.
Hello, school board members and Dr. Hall. My name is Maddie Grinley, and I'm a freshman at Mahomet-Seymour High School. I'm currently going to school in person on A-days, or Tuesdays and Thursdays. Even though only going to school 2 days a week is less than perfect, I'm grateful that we have figured out how to make 2 days a week work safely. I'm a member of the marching band, and I'm also on the swim team. A few weeks into school, my parents got the dreaded phone call that I had been exposed and I needed to stay home for 2 weeks. This also meant that I had to miss 2 weeks of swim practice and marching band, and I had to make up my drill charts on my own time after my quarantine period was over. However, you know what didn't suffer? My schoolwork. I was able to just jump online for my Google Meets and do all of my classes remotely. I didn't really miss out on anything as far as learning was concerned. I've heard a suggestion was made that our remote learning be taught by a private company and not Mahomet-Seymour teachers. This doesn't seem fair to my friends who are all remote, and it certainly would have been really bad during my quarantine period if I didn't have the option to just get online for my classes. Our teachers are, in my opinion, the best part of our school district. If my friends who are all remote aren't being taught by these teachers, I can't imagine that their experience will be as good as mine would be. That bothers me, and I think it should bother you too. Everyone deserves to be taught by our teachers. Speaking of our teachers, I want them to feel safe and supported. I saw a post of a parent on social media that said if our teachers didn't want to get back to teaching full-time in person, that we should just let them quit and hire new ones. No, no, no. Our teachers love and care for us, and they cannot be replaced. They treat us as if we are a part of their own family, and they always do their best to help us. They deserve to be safe, and we need to make sure that they aren't too stressed. Our schools are great because of them. When the decision was made for the grades 6 through 12 to do hybrid learning earlier this year, our teachers adjusted to offering a remote and an in-person learning option with very short notice. It's not fair to change that plan on them yet again. We need to hear them out and allow them to feel heard, and not afraid to speak up. If you're going to treat our teachers as if they are replaceable, I'm scared to see what kind of teachers we'll end up with. We want to be the best bulldogs that we can be, and by treating our teachers with respect and making them feel loved and heard, we all benefit. Thank you.
Maddie,
Thank you, ma'am. On WebEx, Matt DeFanis.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here with you all. I am here to speak against any scenario that shifts remote learning to an outsourced vendor. I first want to thank the administration, the teachers, and the Board of Education for the success so far. I recognize that there has been a price paid by everybody under the current hybrid in-person plus full-time remote scenario thus far. A cost to teachers, a cost to students, especially those who are most at risk or in need, and a cost to the remote learners who don't see anybody in person during their school days. I understand the status quo is unsustainable for many, particularly for teachers. I have listened with great interest to the perspectives shared by the teachers and their trade organization this evening. Those who are electing 100% remote for their kids, like me, are likely doing it for a reason. You've got members of households who are at risk, particular risk from COVID-19, or you have the students themselves who have special risk factors related to COVID-19. In my case, it's my 87-year-old mother-in-law who lives with us. My kids have said months ago, we don't want to do anything that could kill Lola. And so we didn't think twice about opting for 100% full-time remote learning taught by our Mahomet-Seymour teachers. The proposed 5-day in-person plan is what I'm here to speak against. That will more than double the density in the schools. In addition to combining the A-B schedule, there will be some of those remote learners who feel compelled to switch to in-person just to avoid being banished to a land of third-party contracted teachers. While COVID-19 cases in the district have been not just commendably, but miraculously low, more than doubling the density in our buildings could mean a geometric or an exponential increase in COVID-19 spread in the schools. If some combination of students and staff become exposed, it would necessitate a potential shutdown of a campus or more than one. It seems that if we continue a Mahomet-Seymour taught remote option, we would be more likely to avoid lost instructional days because there would be an ongoing remote learning curriculum that those campuses, if they need to be shut down, could switch to. If the current hybrid model is not sustainable for grades 6 through 12, then I speak in support of a 4-day in-person option with in-sourced remote learning. Under such an option, my kids get the teachers that my tax dollars are paying for and the teachers that were hired by this great school district. The ongoing remote learning taught locally could enable better emergency adaptation in the event of a campus shutdown to avoid the all-out loss of instructional days. While in-person learners and their families will still grapple with 1 weekday of no in-person school, families like mine won't be forced to give up 100% of their local instruction and learning. Finally, I would caution all of us against being overconfident just because of our extraordinary success to date. For this school year so far, we've been in open window class under the tent kind of weather. We are only just now about to at least double the density in our buildings just in time for flu season and the global pandemic and closed window season. I don't want to see our teachers offered up as a living sacrifice just because the risk to the young students has been deemed negligible. To use an analogy that Ruth Bader Ginsburg used in one of her famous dissents, if we throw out our current half-capacity limitations just because we've been so successful, it will be like throwing away your umbrella in a rainstorm because you are not getting wet. What you've done has largely worked. Please don't force those of us who should not have our kids stuffed back into full-capacity classrooms or our teachers stuffed back into those full-capacity classrooms. Don't force us to choose between outsourced education or unacceptable health risks just for us to be able to have access to the quality instruction that we celebrate here in Mahomet-Seymour. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Next is Ellen Erickson.
Good evening, Dr. Hill and members of the Board of Education. My name is Ellen Erickson. I'm a Spanish teacher at the high school who also travels to the junior high to teach 8th graders during Bulldog Power Hour. I've been teaching in the district for 14 years. I'm here this evening to give you the perspective of a teacher who is in the trenches on a daily basis. Hybrid teaching is enormously challenging. Every teacher who is working in a blended classroom is rewriting, recreating, reworking lesson plans on a daily basis in order to keep the remote students engaged and overcome limitations of remote learning. It has taken several weeks to figure out the complexities of teaching in our new reality. Many, many hours outside of the school day, in the evenings, on the weekends. Finally, though, in just the last few weeks, we feel like we're starting to get the hang of it and get back into our groove. Part of the difficulty at the beginning of the year arose from the very late decision that was provided from the district. Knowing only at the last minute what the school week would look like took away an entire summer's worth of planning for us. Now we find the board is again making plans to change the school week. First, you want to change to a 4-day in-person schedule, and now another change to a 5-day schedule. By taking away our planning day, you make it virtually impossible for us to do our jobs effectively. There is much to debate about the social and emotional health of the students in our district. It's an incredibly important issue at this moment in time. But who is considering how these same actions are affecting the social and emotional health of the staff who is supporting these students? We have been asked to do the impossible, and we have risen to the occasion. And now we need a finalized plan. We are losing valuable planning time we simply don't have. January is coming, and we don't have that much time. So far, Mahomet has not had many instances of COVID in our buildings. This shows that the current schedule is safe. Moving to a 4 or 5-day schedule will cut in half the personal distance students can maintain. Just as disease experts are predicting a spike in new cases during the traditional cold and flu season. Colleges are moving their spring semester start date to late in January or even February. But we are increasing the density of students at that time, right after one of the largest travel holidays of the year, just at the time that the experts are predicting COVID cases will be spiking throughout the country. It's true. Yes, young people aren't affected as strongly, but it's essential to understand that these decisions don't just affect the students, but entire families who will be exposed, parents and grandparents. The teachers also face a greater risk, and in fact, the large majority of the teachers in the district have stated they will not feel safe with more students in the buildings. I have one of the larger classes at the high school. I can currently fit 14 students socially distanced in my classroom. If my class numbers were to remain the same, I would need to fit 23 students in a room that can only accommodate 14. In the room where I teach at the junior high during the lunch power hour, I am currently unable to socially distance my students on A days. I urge the board members to fulfill the obligations of the positions that they ran for and come to the schools. Thank you to those who have come. Thank you for those who have asked us questions. Please come sit in our classes for a few minutes and see for yourselves whether students can safely distance. Come see what struggles a teacher faces in a blended environment, and then give us the ownership, the professionals, to fix it rather than wonder what the board is going to suggest at the next meeting. Rather than come up with new plans, new schedules, and new procedures, let us teach. We are professional educators. We can do this if you work with us rather than against us. Thank you.
Next, Kaylee Holt, who is on WebEx. Kaylee? Kaylee, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Hi, Kaylee.
Hi, Taylor.
Hi. Hi, I'm Kaylee Holt. I'm a 7th grade, hardworking, straight A, fully remote student. When my parents told me that I might have to go back to school full time, I broke into tears. I like the way things are going, and the thought of going back to school full time and risking the lives of more students and teachers breaks my heart. I have friends who have asthma. If they go back to school, they could get sick and die. Sometimes we have to put ourselves in their shoes. Would you want to go back to school, get sick, and possibly die? Because I know I wouldn't. Also, going back to school would prevent me from seeing my grandparents. They are both almost 80 and won't be here much longer. The last thing I would want is to live knowing that I made them sick. My friends and family mean the world to me, and I can't imagine my life without them. I also have created a bond with all of my teachers and can't imagine getting new ones halfway through the year. These are my reasons why I believe we should keep things the way they are and not try and change them. Thank you for your time.
Kaylee, thank you. Next, Amy Roberts.
Good evening. I'm Amy Roberts, a fifth grade classroom teacher. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of my entire fifth grade team. What's best for children is a phrase that comes up often in education. Our why, the very thing that keeps us up at night, the fuel that keeps us going, always stems back to what is best for children. No one knows the aching worry, the fight for a child, the dedication to a career that devotes every moment to what's best for children better than educators. I stand here today surrounded by some of the best educators, teachers, staff, and administrators that you will ever meet. By the same token, as educators, we are by nature rule followers, compliant people pleasers who rise to any task without complaint. We pour our hearts and lives into others with the simple reward of knowing that we've done what's best for children. Tonight, we are saying enough is enough. We want to be heard. Mrs. Hunter, Mr. Martin, and the other members of administration are working tirelessly and passionately in an unprecedented time. Contrary to what was said at the previous meeting that teachers are working half-time for full pay, teachers continue to work nights and weekends, creating innovative ways to deliver what is best for children. We are using the very monies that you aim to take away to explore professional development, meet district goals, plan, collaborate, invent, assess, and meet virtually with students and families with still more work to take home. And we do so without hesitation because we know what's best for children. We have our own children in this district and we want them back in school too, as there is no one that believes in the power of education more than we do. However, our primary concern is to keep them safe, to keep our schools open and teachers at work, caring for both their physical and mental well-being. We are talking about a public building where we are responsible for following public guidelines to keep staff and students safe. With the hybrid model, we've done just that. We've recreated curricula, invented new strategies, brought safety, food, clothing, and comfort to families in need, provided social opportunities, and made the impossible happen. And even in our own fear and uncertainty, have welcomed our students back with smiles and love, because we know without a doubt that's what they need. Students are coming to school daily in grades K through 5. They are seeing friends, making connections, learning in smaller groups of 10 to 12 students, safely distanced, keeping cases low so that when an exposure does occur, the rest of the room can continue to grow and to attend school, all within the recommended guidelines. Remote teachers are providing the same quality education, giving our families options and building deep relationships from afar. The hybrid model is working for K-5. However, this is often overlooked by the great and unfortunate divide that started with this board and is now moving through our community. Last meeting, it was presented through the MSEA survey that for an all-in model, nearly 80% of members felt unsafe and that students could not be properly distanced. We were ignored and pushed to revamp all that is currently working to fit into your specific parameters. Instead of leaning on one another to brainstorm ideas for areas that need improvements, now we are moving from a hybrid model to a 4-day or even possibly a 5-day all-in model without a single conversation with teachers or union members. We too elected you to listen. When goals align, we are heard, but when they do not, we feel ignored and forced to draw this very uncomfortable line. With over 500 students in person at Lincoln Trail in January and similar proposed situations across the district, with the all-in model, we will be the most populated buildings in Champaign County. We hear the statistics and the science. However, we are not just talking about mortality rates with COVID in children, but instead the high probable numbers in quarantine, an extreme shortage of substitute teachers, and the very real risk of shutdown like our neighboring districts.
You're at 1 minute. Just so you know.
Okay. Sorry.
California districts, that's where you ended.
Thank you. Neighboring districts due to congestion on buses and hallways and at lunch and car pickup, as well as in our 520 square foot classrooms where children will be 1 to 3 feet apart. But you have not asked for the facts. You continuously compare us to other districts and ask us to take the lead at the same time. As a result, we feel parents are left with surface knowledge, not realizing that this will lead to a school day of 8:45 to 2:15 with much of the extra contact time consumed by lines for temperature checks, staggered lunches, and encore schedules, and parents will still be in need of before and after school care and likely more time off of work for quarantine. Please hear us so carefully. We deeply admire and respect our administration. We care about your kids and can't wait to be back in the classroom full time when this pandemic is over. We want to help build a plan that will work for all grade levels, maintain the K-5 model. This is what's best for children and staff. Thank you.
Tanya Knopf.
Good evening, everyone. As a healthcare provider for 23 years, we are trained to follow evidence-based control, infection control procedures and policies. We must take annual competency tests on technique, terminology, methods of transmission of infection each year. In the healthcare system, we all realize that it is every person's responsibility and duty to follow the systems in place to prevent the spread of infectious organisms and keep everyone as healthy as possible. To prevent outbreaks, we track and trend infections by floor, unit, and shift. When we see an increase in numbers in any of these metrics, we then complete investigations to determine the cause of the transmission from one patient to another. Our goal is to prevent the spread of infections through full system teamwork and cooperation. Most systems have dedicated infection control departments that are responsible for education, tracking, and communication of timely and accurate information on emerging infectious organisms and how, as a community, the healthcare system can combat the spread. We trust and follow the instructions and guidelines of our dedicated infection control leadership teams. In my experience, the infection control teams and national advice have always been correct in their science, so I have a hard time believing that all the scientists around the world are wrong on this virus. As this new virus was moving through the world, it occurred to me that we are asking everyday non-medical citizens to trust the leadership on the seriousness of a new virus. We also asked them to take a crash course on infection control and isolation procedures and incorporate them into their daily lives. I spend a significant amount of time helping to educate family and friends on how to incorporate infection control procedures into their day-to-day routines to keep themselves safe. There is a lot of misinformation on the internet. I have had the benefit of 23 years of training and practice, but not everyone has this experience or understanding of how infection control prevention works, and that it really does. We have had enough time to educate our community on infection control and prevent techniques and why they're important at this time. We know the infection spreads, we know that it is more deadly than others of its type, and we are learning more about it each day. As a medical and science community, we have tackled outbreaks like this in the past, and we will tackle this one too in the future. My role in the healthcare system is physical rehabilitation. My job is to pick up the pieces and improve a person's mobility after life-altering illness and injuries. Part of my job is to provide accurate, evidence-based approaches and information to the people or to the patients so that we can work together to achieve their goal of going home. This is a physical challenge as well as a psychological challenge. We must give realistic hope that there is life after injury. That life might be different, but we can get through it together, for better days are ahead. I would encourage my patients to realize this moment in time is temporary and heals all wounds. As a community, we need to remember that COVID-19 is temporary as well. This is 1 year out of the next 60 or 70 years of our students' lives. They can overcome whatever academic progress is missed this year. We have all made sacrifices to get through this time in history, some big and some small, and we will get through this. Instead of constantly creating chaos and spending the entire school year fighting over numbers and data, let's work together to find a compromise that does the most good for all parties involved. The hybrid plan is working from an infection control perspective. Academically, it is working, but continued improvement is required. It is frustrating, yes. Is it ideal or perfect? No, but we cannot expect perfection at this time in our lives.
Our teachers and our staff are going above and beyond, once again, to make the best out of the situation that we're all in. Let's listen to them and support them so that we don't lose them like we're losing our healthcare professionals. We must compromise and work together and put our energy into doing the best we can with what we have. Quality education has nothing to do with the number of days we are in school. I'm asking the board to keep the hybrid plan as is and work to improve it instead of moving to 4 days a week. I ask that the 5-day per week plan be removed from the conversation because of the infection control issues. I ask that we entrust the infection control plan that has been put in place by our leadership. Everyone take personal responsibility to do their part to make the plan work. Remember that this situation is temporary, and working together in our community, we can love our neighbors and show the grace to each other that this once-in-a-lifetime experience requires. Thank you.
Thanks, Tammy.
Thank you, Tammy. Emily Chapman.
Or Emily Chapman.
I'm Emily Chapman. I'm a teacher at the high school. I surveyed the staff to gather information regarding how many desks can safely fit in a room meeting the social distancing recommendation of 6 feet. The staff members were asked to use the numbers that they have in their current sections and not count their fully remote students on their rosters. At the high school, all of our classrooms vary in size. Looking at just the square footage of each room can communicate an unrealistic expectation that won't take into consideration built-in cabinets where the projector is, desks versus tables, doorways, walkways, and stations for teachers and paraprofessionals. No classroom would actually function in a way that doesn't take all of those into consideration. After running the survey, I found that the number of students that can safely fit into a classroom ranges from 6 students to 18 students if they are properly spaced out 6 feet from each other and 6 feet from the teacher or the pairs in the room. There were 2 classrooms that reported being able to fit 20. The band and the chorus rooms reported being able to fit 28 and 29 students. Currently, with the AB model, the average class size is 15 students, but ranges from 6 to 19. Band and the alternative education had higher numbers with 21 and 27 students. If we return to 4 or 5 days a week with students not alternating, the class sizes would average 24 students, but would range from 6 to 42 students. While those are the averages, I think it is important to point out some specific classrooms. One of the classrooms, if both A and B students were to attend at the same time, 33 students would be present to fit into a space that reported to only be able to safely fit 18 desks. Another classroom reported that 32 students would be present to fit in a classroom that should only have 15 students safely spaced out. And this isn't just for one class period. It would be for multiple classrooms during multiple periods across the entire building. It's also important to take into consideration that some classrooms have unique circumstances. The chorus room, for example. They can technically have 29 students in the room spaced 6 feet apart, but it is not safe to sing in the chorus room because of the aerosols produced by singing. Taking that into consideration, there should only be 10 students in the room singing. Larger groups have been rehearsing outdoors, in the commons, or the auditorium to have spacing larger than 6 feet between singers. In my room where we have the kitchens, I was approved to have 2 students per kitchen. There are 5 student kitchens. So I can have a max of 10 students in the kitchens. Right now, with the current model, every student is able to participate when present. If I'm required to only allow 2 students per kitchen, I would have to make groups of students to sit in the classroom if everyone comes back. The district shared that social distancing would be maintained to the best of our abilities, but after looking at these numbers, it would be more accurate to say that social distancing will not be maintained at all in the classrooms at the high school if the students return to 4 or 5 days per week. This is just one piece of the puzzle. So I am here to encourage you to hear the voices of the teachers within our district. We can look out to other districts, we can try and meet every want of the community members, but our professionals are going to be the ones to provide you with the best insight to how school might function, regardless of what model we are considering. As board members, you have the job to find a balance. You have a commitment to the community, but you also have a commitment to the staff you employ. We have the right to a safe working environment, and the students have the right to a safe learning environment. At the beginning of the year, we were given the metaphor that we are building a plane as we're flying it. When I first heard that metaphor, I thought to myself, this is crazy. I literally wanted to run away, but I thought this is a metaphor.
For 1 minute.
However, it's almost exactly what we're living, except on one wing, we have the community literally taking apart what we're building, piece by piece, more than we can even keep up with them. On the other side, we have some community members who are trying to support us. They're chasing after us, trying to pick up the broken pieces, support us, hold us, and encourage us to keep going forward. In the middle, regardless of staff that are feeling like they're being successful, feeling like they're having empty tanks, it doesn't matter. We all have to come together and work together. It's not going to work if we keep tearing each other down and not working together. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily.
Okay, normally at 90 minutes, we do a comfort break. We're past that, so we'll take a 5-minute break. We've got, 7 or 8 more to go, I believe, after that, and then we'll get into the meeting. So we'll take adjournment for 5 minutes. Here we go, and we're back live. We appreciate that, and we've got several more to go here during public comment time. Next up is Becky Severns.
Good evening. My name is Becky Severns, and I have 3 kids who are currently doing the hybrid model. One is in 7th grade, one is a sophomore, and one is a senior. And I also have been blessed to work in the Mahomet-Seymour school system for 8 years back in the day as a school social worker. So I know firsthand how exceptional the teachers are, the administration, and the support staff are. The bar is definitely high. But to be transparent, one of my kids is struggling academically and mentally, and it's not like this child will struggle at all. So at night, when I lay my head down, that's when my mind starts racing. For those of you that know me, that's probably not a surprise. But I constantly think, how can I help him or her who's struggling? Are they retaining anything? Are they really learning? How can I keep them motivated? What is next year going to look like for them? So why am I here tonight? I'm here because I have a choice. I can continue to fret and worry over things I can't necessarily control, or try to grab the bull by the horns and advocate for what I feel is best for my children. I always preach to my kids, anything worth having is worth fighting for. So tonight, I'm fighting for them. And I know better than anyone what is best for them. And I was excited to see the email from Dr. Hall that the junior high and high school teachers won't necessarily have to be responsible for fully remote students and students that are doing the hybrid model. So my ask is that we have the students go back 5 days a week, full time. If not 5 days a week, 4 days a week, full time, back to pre-COVID hours. In my opinion, I don't feel the current hybrid model, and again, I am just speaking for junior high and high school, K through 5, no. In my opinion, I feel the current hybrid model is not working. Why? Mental health. Mental health is a huge issue that isn't being addressed, and I'm not pointing fingers at the teachers, the parents, it's just how it is, it's not being addressed. And when your child's getting frustrated easily, that's called anxiety. When a kid's sleeping and they're holed up in their room trying to do their remote learning, that's the early stages of depression. When your child has missing assignments and lower grades and never had issues in the past, that's also a sign of depression and anxiety. And don't think for a second that the mental health starts and ends with the students. There are families in our community who are worried if they're going to keep their jobs. How are they going to make ends meet? How will they afford Christmas this year? And the kids pick up on that stress. Families need routine back again, and kids deserve that, and they deserve the structure so that they can cope in healthy ways when they get overwhelmed. Anti-anxiety and antidepressant use is at an all-time high, not only among adults, but with kids as well. Mental health needs to be addressed because before we know it, COVID is going to be the least of our concerns. Friendships. Kids need that. Again, I'm speaking junior high and high school. Remember when you were growing up and you were in junior high and high school? Friends were everything. Not parents, and teachers too, but friends. And they're not getting that with the current hybrid model. So I'm asking that you see the bigger picture here and that our kids need and deserve an in-school instruction sooner than later. School is a safe place for kids. School provides an education and an amazing education here. But it's also more than just an education. And I want to be very, very clear. Just because I am asking for in-school learning 5 days a week does not mean that I don't support the teachers, the administration, and support staff, because I do. I love the teachers. Case in point, Mrs. Jones, she was my son's second grade teacher. Love her. We aren't agreeing, obviously, but I love her, and that's okay. It's okay to not agree, and I just feel like we can work together and meet somewhere in the middle and make this work for the kids. I also want to make clear that by no means do I feel COVID isn't real. I know it's real. I just don't want to live in fear. I don't want my children to have to live in fear. I believe we have to live in caution, but not fear. So I'm pleading that you strongly consider putting those students who want to go back, who are okay with the risks of going back full time. They deserve it and desperately need it. And what is right isn't always easy.
Thank you, Becky.
Yeah.
Thank you, Becky. Next is Martin McFarland.
Thank you. So I have some remarks, but frankly I think that my remarks are irrelevant after what I saw today, because everyone says we're here for the schools. This isn't the school. The school is for the teachers. And when you all came in at 7 o'clock today, you saw 100 of them outside telling you what they thought of the 5-day plan. So I think anything I can say is superfluous to that. But I will speak. I have 3 children in 3 different Mahomet-Seymour schools, and I spoke here last month, and that was the first time I ever attended one of these meetings. And I have to say, I came away feeling positive. Not because everyone bought into my message, which was listen to the teachers, because, in fact, many didn't, but because I felt heard. Someone on the board said that not everyone would be happy with the outcomes, but everyone would be listened to. And I believe that, and I feel that was the case. In the current pandemic, there's no solution that will satisfy everyone. It's not possible. I get that. So I was happy with one vote. I was disappointed with the way another went. And I felt at least my message of listen to the teachers was heard, if not acted on. So I had no plans to return today. I felt the system worked because I listened to the discussion and I listened to everything that went on. And then I saw on the agenda there was a vote on reopening the schools for 5 days a week. And so let's be very clear right away. Dr. Hall and Dr. Rummel have stated clearly that this passes, remote learners will have to change teachers. To not even different Mahomet-Seymour teachers, but outsourced teachers from a vendor named Adjournment. That is what this vote is on. Require remote learners to give up their Mahomet-Seymour teachers and restart with outsourced teachers. So, where did this plan come from? I sat in that last month's meeting. I recall the vote being on a 4-day plan. I recall Dr. Hall saying that the 5th day was necessary because of difficulties with remote planning, and everyone agreed. I heard someone on the board state that they believed a new solution was necessary because remote wasn't working for everyone, and we needed to find a way to accommodate those students while keeping the option that this was working for, keeping the option for those that it was working for. I went over the minutes, and yes, every discussion noted that remote learning was working for some and they should be allowed to continue it. And so now, this is not continuation of that. We're voting on a change that would require remote learners to give up their current teachers. I also heard a board member say that they consider themselves a teacher, and they know that how much progress is negated when a child has to start over halfway through the semester with a new teacher. So I'm struggling to understand why this is even being put on the table. A suggestion that would require students to return full-time during a global pandemic that on Friday saw the state of Illinois record its highest case numbers to date, and if they don't return, they lose their current teachers. I only can think of 2 reasons this has been suggested. One, it's a typical political move when you present an option so ridiculous, all other bad options look good in comparison. And so if that's the case, congratulations, because here I am arguing against it. The only other option I can think of is that someone genuinely believes that having remote learners give up their teachers and switch to outsourced learning in the Mahomet-Seymour district is the right thing to do. And I have to believe, for my own sanity, that everyone on this board is trying to do the right thing. So if that's the case, I just want to say that in fiction or in history, the best villains, or the worst, depending on your point of view, always believe they're doing the right thing. They're wrong, but they believe they're right. If you vote for remote learners to have to either attend school in the height of a pandemic or be punished by losing the teachers that have looked after them so well, then you are the villain of this story.
Thank you. Thank you. Amber Munns.
Good evening. I'm not going to stand up here and talk about my years of professional experience and use that as a way to lambaste everybody with how I feel this should go. I feel that what I am going to actually ask is for everybody to flip the script. Not think about how the school board or the teachers can do things for them, but how the parents and the community can do things for the teachers and the students and the school.
I'm not here to argue for what I need or what I want. I'm not here to discuss the science or the perceived special needs of our community. This community has been turned inside out by these activities. I am here to say, how can I help? How can the parents help? How can the community help? I'd like to implore the parents and the community members who like to focus on supporting the teachers and students while keeping the community at large safer. The methods used to this point have worked, and we are now headed in the season that has been described as the start of the second wave. Let's be ready. Let's band together and let's be strong and positive for our students, no matter how hard, how exhausting it can be. We are to be the adults, and as such, I am imploring that we do the adulting, no matter how stressful. Generations before us have had harder community health battles to fight, and like COVID-19, had untold long-term health effects, even in children. Defining the learning gaps that have been exposed during the first semester is where we can focus and refine our plan. Many of our students rely on extended family, grandparents, and other caregivers. Let's ensure that they are also not compromised. Our teachers are on the front lines, exposed 4 days a week now. In what ways can our community ensure they are safe? We need to hear more from the teachers, and I am heartened to hear their side today, but sad to know they are fearful and have to sometimes speak anonymously. But as I have noticed tonight, even adults cannot follow the mask wearing and distancing guidelines. So how do we possibly feel that students can reliably do so in a full school day? So what resources are needed to help our teachers? Can community members and IT savvy individuals offer assistance and be paired with teachers to help with Google Classroom, Skyward, and any other systems? Can we hire graduate students who often work for free for the work experience? We have substitute teachers that will not come back to the classroom due to the health risks. Can we have them work from home to assist the teachers? Let's find out what the teachers need and provide it. Let's be their solution. I'm volunteering my time, nights, weekends, to help in any way I can. Can I contact the teachers and analyze the needs to provide a report to the community? Can I interview the families and obtain information about their needs? I am asking for the board to concentrate less on changing the current approach and more on making it even better. Please define what I and others as parents and community members can do to help. Constant changes have created chaos and stress in our community. For those families that need support and would like a 5-day week solution, let's find out what those families need to ensure the safety measures are still in place. Do we create learning pods that keep the exposure small? Let's be creative. Let's be a resource, but do not punish those that are making this work. Outsourcing the online kids pushes them out and away from their peers, out and away from their teachers. You truly are sending the message that being mindful of the community's health is not important. The goal of social distancing has been to safeguard the precious resources of our healthcare systems and our sick. If our healthcare system is overwhelmed with COVID, those with other medical needs are not able to be seen. Let's keep healthcare resources open for those with health concerns and ensure that we are doing our part to ensure social distancing. Thank you.
Thanks, Amber.
Thank you, Amber. Kim Holt. Kim is on WebEx. Kim, are you out there?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good evening. I would like to start out by saying my husband and I 100% support all teachers. Being a child educator myself, I know what it is like to be in their position. I would always support you as much as I can. However, first and foremost, I am a parent, and I will always stand up for what is best for my kids. I cannot express our anger and sadness when we heard the news that a vote to outsource was being proposed to support a 5-day-a-week option. We felt the 4 days a week was a great compromise. Even though we feel the current plan is best for our teachers and staff, I can respect parents wanting more than 2 days, and we were not going to be affected, so I felt I should remain quiet. But now we are talking about uprooting the lives of approximately 800 students over 1 day of not being in school, dismantling the lives and routines of those students who physically cannot return to school safely during this pandemic. Is that not a form of segregation and discrimination? The remote option for us was ideal, and we are appreciative of this option. We were told a remote option would be provided for the 2020-2021 school year. My daughter is now very set in her routine, and she is thriving. To uproot her routine and outsource it with a program that in other districts is not going well would be detrimental to my daughter. This is not what you promised us at the start of the school year, and we are angered that we have reached this point. If this was your intention, then you should have outsourced it from the beginning. But now, instead, you are voting to cast aside students in the middle of a school year. I don't see how you can even justify this proposition. When voting this evening, your decision should be one to meet the needs of all Mahomet-Seymour students. Outsourcing with a company with, from articles I've read about, is a horrible company. Out of 100 students in one town, 55 have quit the program. 55, over half the students have quit. Does that sound like a fair and equal education we want some of our students to have? If the roles were reversed, would this company be acceptable in our schools at a 50% failure rate? Hypothetically, let's say you do vote the 5-day-a-week plan. What is your backup plan? What do we do if the schools have to shut down for a week or two or more due to COVID? What if a student gets sick and has to be quarantined for 2 weeks? They will now miss out on 2 weeks of school because teachers are no longer doing anything remote. 2 weeks of missed school at any level is a lot of school to be missed. Please leave the 4-day-a-week plan in place. It is the best option as it follows for flexibility in case of outbreak. It gives students who get sent home with a fever and heaven forbid COVID a chance to still learn. It gives our teachers extra planning time to be the best at what they do. And it allows all students to be taught by these amazing teachers. Leave no child behind. In these crazy times, we have to respect what will work for everyone as a whole. What will work best for our teachers, our staff, and all of our students. We compromised in July. We can compromise again. I have voiced my opinion to many, and it seems to be that many, not all, are happy with the 4-day-a-week plan and do not wish to make our remote students be outsourced. I asked the school board to please vote down the proposed idea of 5 days a week that would exclude, discriminate, and segregate our remote learning students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dee Chapman. Dee is on WebEx.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. I have a 9th grader in the school district currently participating in remote learning. While there are challenges with this model, I've been grateful for the strong connections she has made with her instructors and classmates and impressed by the quality of subject content and instruction. Moving forward, though, I am troubled regarding the board's consideration of outsourcing the education of remote learners starting in January. The proposed vendor, Adjournment, is not an equal option to the education students are currently receiving in this district. Adjournment is not the education that families signed up for when they moved to Mahomet. nor is it the education we pay for through our annual real estate tax bill. Outsourcing reflects poor administrative judgment and infringes on the educational and curricular momentum that students have established with their Mahomet teachers and classmates. Excellent teachers like those in our district take every opportunity to tailor their lessons to the immediate environment in which they teach, making lessons more relevant to students. In contrast, outsourced education is an impersonal product, lacking connection to our local community and teaching expertise. Outsourcing education for remote learners is discriminatory, unfair, and short-sighted. Families choose remote learning for a variety of reasons, such as empathy for their community or for a close family member who may be at risk. No student should be ejected from the district because they are choosing empathy toward others. It's the wrong message. The board's chaotic monthly cycle of proposal and dismissal of new plans is stressful to families and to instructors. These new proposals are not thoroughly developed by a representative district task force and do not meet the CUPHD health guidelines. Furthermore, they lack community input as there are no comprehensive surveys being done that aim to better understand the community's experience. The current hybrid model, while not ideal, has allowed the school to remain open and accommodate all learners. I strongly urge you to continue using this model, especially as we enter flu season, as Illinois' COVID numbers are increasing, and as other area schools such as Monticello have had to shut down completely due to COVID. Staying the course will help avoid major disruptions to the entire district as the virus continues to spread throughout Illinois. Thank you for your attention and for your commitment to our school district, and most importantly, thank you to our teachers.
Thanks, Steve.
Justice Verona.
My name is Justice Verona. I'm in 7th grade and I'm here to share my personal experiences about this year. First, I want to say that I know the teachers are doing the best they can with what they have to work with, so I'm not being critical of them. I have dyslexia, and this school year for me has been very hard. When I was in school, it was very hard to understand the teachers with their masks on and follow along with the class. That was true for when I was in school as well as online. I spent most of my time being confused and trying to figure out where we were. On remote learning days, having to log in and try to figure out what was going on in class was very difficult. My mom had to be my aide, but also had to work. A lot of teaching was just reading materials by myself or watching videos. It was very hard to stay focused and understand. Days of in-person learning weren't much better. Every time I went to the next class, they would say, pull out your Chromebook. I do not work well on a screen because it's difficult to follow along. I work better with actual pages, but only a few teachers were providing them. It was definitely not an environment where I could work well. We ended up just homeschooling, so we didn't have to juggle so many schedules and teachers. But what about the other kids who have learning disabilities, whose parents aren't all home all day, or who are also trying to take care of siblings? I really miss my friends and being able to interact with my teachers. I learn best in that environment. We need to open up for 5-day-a-week school starting as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Justice, thanks for that.
Thank you.
And on WebEx, we've got Rachel Smith-Bolton.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Okay. Hi, I'm Rachel. This is Larry. I don't know if you can also see us. I'd like to start by telling you about my daughter, Sarah. She is a 6th grader. Some of you may know her. She loves dragons and she loves reading books, especially books about dragons, and she definitely marches to the beat of her own drummer. Sarah has cystic fibrosis, which is a degenerative lung disease. We spend an hour or more every day on therapy designed to preserve her lung function for as long as possible. So far, according to the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation's, the numbers that they've told us, for people with CF who've contracted COVID-19, 1/3 require hospitalization, and the fatality rate is 6 times that of the general population. And for those who survive, the resulting lung damage is likely shaving years off their life expectancy. And I know some of you may be thinking, oh, it's only the older patients who are in dire straits, but there are no old people with CF. The majority of people with cystic fibrosis are college age or younger, and it's still a minor miracle to make it to 40. Sorry, I don't usually say these things out loud. I keep them in my heart, but I have to say them out loud today so you understand why my kids must remain remote learners. Remote learning is working well for us. I think the teachers don't hear that enough because they're hearing from those who are dissatisfied. But Sarah has made connections with her teachers. She chats online with her classmates. Sometimes she gets in trouble for chatting online too much with her classmates, but that's okay. For a kiddo like her who has had so much medical trauma and pain, these connections with her teachers, the human connections, the stability in her life is very, very, very important. I'm here to talk about this movement to outsource the education of those who choose to stay home or who must stay home like us. We've all read the firsthand accounts about how awful Edmentum is. It's not really a viable option. For Sarah, she would lose those important connections she's made. She would lose her wonderful Mahomet teachers, and the rug would be pulled out from under her once again. I have to tell you that the lack of empathy and compassion on the part of those pushing for this arrangement here and on social media is heartbreaking. It's crushing. You see this lack of empathy in people in the news across the country, but to experience the full weight of it in my own community, I just don't know what to do with that. We're not the only family in this situation. We know other families that have risks from cystic fibrosis to stage 4 cancer, to asthma, or just to being overweight. And I have a newsflash for the folks who like to wax poetic about what a wonderful community this is. It's not if this proposal is really on the table, not if we're so willing to cast aside our vulnerable families. And that makes me wonder, why is this proposal on the table? There's no functional difference between going back 4 days a week and 5 days a week for the students in the classroom. Both schedules pack the classroom and remove that layer of protection afforded by physical distance between people. And it's not because the teachers don't want to teach hybrid classes anymore. I know 74% of them prefer to stay with the current hybrid option. The only reason I can see for this proposal today is to terrify and manipulate the families and the teachers who are reluctant to support the 4 days a week plan into getting behind it. And I've got to say, I'm tired of being manipulated. I'm tired of people pitting neighbor against neighbor and families against, or parents against teachers with exaggerated rhetoric and false choices, while ignoring the teacher task force, ignoring legal counsel, ignoring scientific consensus, and ignoring public health. I am a research scientist and a biology professor at the U of I, and I'm happy to talk about the science of COVID-19. I don't have time to do that today, and that's not why I'm here today. I'm here to put a face on the families that you're trying to kick out of the Mahomet school system. And I'm asking you to do your job to help the teachers teach our children, protect our families and our teachers who have the right to a safe work environment. Please don't push the morally questionable choice to take a protected class of students and force them into a separate and unequal education. We know that the hybrid plan is the safe option. It's the stable option, and it's what our teachers and our vulnerable families want and need. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Okay, the basket is empty. I'm assuming we got everybody who filled out a form. And we certainly thank everyone for their comments tonight. That did run at about 2 hours. We've got a lot of business left tonight. Please understand the original plan to try to limit the number of people speaking was not to shut our main voices. It was to try to get to discussion on several important matters on the agenda tonight. But it was good to hear what everybody had to say. We appreciate that. Now it is time for comments from board members. And we'll start, Ken, we'll start with you.
Sure. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say thank you, Max. I know your heart was in the right place, and I know you were just trying to get the meeting done productively. And I just wanted to say I also really appreciate that you encourage everyone to keep personal attacks, and specifically students, out of our discussions. That's just counterproductive and not acceptable in my opinion. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thanks, Ken. Colleen.
Hello, I just want to thank everyone who has emailed the board and who has spoken to the board. I appreciate all the feedback. We haven't really had any other mechanism to gather feedback from the teachers or the community asking the relevant questions. And so I just want to say that I appreciated hearing what people had to say, and I appreciate the time they took to come.
Thank you, Colleen. Megan.
Can I also, before Megan, can I just say one more thing?
Sure. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, just I'm noticing, because I can see the chat feature, there's two other people who have said that they asked Dawn to speak. And so I just wanted to point out that that's coming through on the chat.
I thought they were coming in person, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I'm not blaming you, Dawn. I'm just saying.
No, that's fine, it just wasn't clear.
Right. I'm just saying they're chatting in, and so I wanted to mention it.
Okay, and I
You
apologize.
can put it after the board.
I
I'm
can't see
just.
any of that where I'm at. Okay, so who do we have?
Emily Bacchius and Mickey Gilbert did mention before the meeting that they wanted to speak. It wasn't clear to me that that was WebEx.
Okay, so Nikki, are you there? And Emily, is that the other one?
Only Mickey tonight.
Are they together or separate?
It's just Mickey.
It'd just be Mickey speaking.
Oh, no, okay, go ahead. Just Mickey, I guess.
Yes, it's just me. We both just wanted to represent the pre-K team. My name is Mickey. I am one of the pre-K teachers here at Middletown, and I'm sorry that we missed the proper communication, but thank you for letting me come on. First, I want to speak from myself about how much I want normalcy. Preschool does not look anything like preschool should look right now, but coming and making it a 4 or 5 day or increase in our students isn't going to make preschool look like preschool still. We will still be following the same toy washing, social distancing that we're doing right now. So as much as I want normalcy and I want my kids to have a normal experience, I'm not an expert in the field of infectious disease or public health. And I want normal, but I need to listen to what the experts are saying. And the experts are saying right now, it is not safe for me to have a normal school. So therefore, I need to listen. And my wants don't matter in this instance because I'm not correct and I need to listen to the experts. That's from myself. Now, the letter that our pre-K team has put together is, we as a pre-K team have major concerns about the reopening 4 or 5 days a week. First and foremost, we worry about the safety and health of our students and teachers. But here are just a few reasons why. It is impossible for us to social distance for our students because of the age levels and needs in which we take care of. Our students are 3 to 5 and are of an at-risk special need population that we work with. Some of our students they need help using the bathroom. Some need lifted because they can't walk. They need support in their movement because they don't have those skills available to them. Some of our students have a hard time keeping a mask on. And if we are in full class sizes, we will no longer be able to social distance, which will put all of us at a much higher risk. We have the youngest students in the district, and they are still learning how to cover their mouths when they cough, sneeze, and don't yet know how to get a tissue. We also have students with special needs who can't take care of those needs on their own, even if they could. We have to do that for them, and therefore that puts us and the other students in the classroom at risk. We understand that risk still exists in our classroom right now, but when you expand the student load in through the districts, that puts us at a better risk right now. We are also the remote teachers for our students as we have built connections with them, and the students that chose to go remote, we chose to maintain as our students. So if we go to a 5-day week, our pre-K students will no longer have a remote teacher, and somebody will have to feel the need for some of those as they have current IEPs right now in the district. We have 2 sections in our day. If one class is for quarantine with a teacher and an aide, that will leave a second class without a teacher or an aide that will need to be filled. To do that with our students who have high needs and high risk situations will be detrimental to our students in their learning. Thank you for listening to our concerns. That is the message from the pre-K team. But I want to close on my own thoughts as I started with my own thoughts. We have been a model of success. We are showing how you can go to school safely within a pandemic. We have not had to shut down multiple buildings or multiple classrooms because we've been able to pinpoint, due to social distancing and assigned seating, where students have been impacted, which has stopped us from doing a yo-yo circumstance of opening and closing. I would ask that you maintain the system that we're in right now, show that we are a leader in success, and keep us moving in this direction without changing what's working. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey.
Okay, I understand we have one more. Is that on
Max,
WebEx?
I appreciate that.
I think that she's come in person and not in person.
She is in person? Okay.
Thank you. I guess somehow my name would come up on this. My name is Deborah Tender, and I am the parent of 3. Our youngest is a junior at Mahomet High School. I'm aware, and especially after tonight, of the strongly held positions on both sides of returning to in-school learning. And in an attempt to bring sensitivity to this issue, I want to assure everyone I understand and empathize with both sides. This is a very, very difficult issue. Health policy falls in my wheelhouse. I was a registered nurse and worked in inner city hospitals in Detroit and St. Louis. I have had decades of firsthand experience working with at-risk populations. I understand all too well the sequela of people who experience poor education and especially on their health outcomes. It led me, because of my interest in policy, to pursue a degree in health policy. So I'm looking at all these issues through this lens, and I also understand that 80% of the parents recognize the benefits of in-person learning and have requested that. And I think that makes this uniquely challenging for this body. I would say that 80% feels that maybe that the online learning is substandard. In my experience, my son sums this up as saying that he's miserable. It's terrible, even though my teachers try really hard. I saw the data today about the increase in the grades among the high school. I find that further disturbing. And I want to implore you to find novel and innovative ways to resolve this issue. We could talk about China, who's doing 3-foot social distancing. I don't know if that applies here. I know the IDPH recommended guidelines are what they are. Are there novel and interesting ways to resolve the social distancing issue to get these kids back to the environments that they're used to? I believe that education education is and always has been a great equalizer. And while we talk about this issue, most of us have options, but there are a subset of kids in the Mahomet population that are at risk and who may not have a voice here tonight. And I think we can't exclude that. When we talk about health policy, we have to think of everybody, not just my child or the child, another child. We're talking about the entire population. And these kids, while we've talked about protecting our most vulnerable through this pandemic, we may indeed be putting this group at higher risk. This is a group that we will begin to recognize further deviations that may indeed become long-term problems for them. This may take them decades. These things can be lifelong challenges, as I've experienced and perhaps you've seen among your students. I think there has to be a way to consider this at-risk group. I think it's important for this community, and it's important for us as a body to not exclude them. So, as the saying goes, we're only as strong as our weakest link. And if there's even one child in the district who felt that school was a safe haven, we've taken away that opportunity for them. And it's worth pausing and really considering if this path is justifiable or really even humane. And so, in the end, the ends justify the means. And I think it's worth considering if there are options to consider the table to return to. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Deborah.
Okay, is there anyone else who is pre-registered to speak tonight who has not been allowed to speak?
I don't know of any others.
Okay, we're officially closing public input time. All right, board members, we had Colleen and Ken. Megan.
I'll keep mine brief too. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who emailed in, read every email that came to us. I appreciate the time that people took to come and talk to us tonight. I think part of our role as board members is to find a way for this community to move together. It is a tough job. I think understanding where people are coming from is vitally important for us to be successful to do that. I think because we've had a lack of surveying of parents and students and staff, this was extraordinarily helpful. I appreciate the thoughts, and I will keep all of them in mind as we are tasked with figuring out how we move forward. But I am determined that we're going to find a way to move forward together.
Thank you, Megan. Merle.
I'd like to just begin to say that I've talked to a number of people here, most recently in this past week, principals, teachers, MSEA, community members on a variety of topics, and it's really clear that Mahomet-Seymour has earned its reputation for all the right reasons. But particularly tonight, I want to thank everybody for the quality input that we had. Indeed, the eloquent deliveries that we had from each and every person tonight as well. So I thank you very much. Glad we had the opportunity to do that.
Thank you, Merle. Jeremy.
I want to thank everybody for their participation over the past couple of weeks and all the emails that we read. All the input and feedback that we've had was extremely valuable. I'll echo what Deborah Tender said, that I think every one of us as board members do empathize with each situation. Those who desire and need to be back in school, those who can't for some reason, and for our teachers who are overwhelmed with the amount of work that they have to do to try and hold everyone up.
Thank you, Jeremy. Lori.
I'll share a couple of things. One is something completely awesome that I saw in Area Place today. Their kids were returning to school, and the teacher had signs made up for the kids, and they were doing a run through as they were coming in, all celebrating coming back to school, and it was so joyous to be able to see that. Our mission statement says that we will work together to support the highest level of learning. As I was walking out the door tonight, I had a son that graduated in May, and I happened to see his diploma, and it says on it, prescribed by the Board of Education for the Mahomet-Seymour High School. I mean, I take this job very seriously. I spend a lot of time and hours getting back to people and listening to people, and I know that one decision that we make won't be the best one for everybody. So please know that it's not my job to be a pleaser. It's my job to make the best decision with the information that we have. And we are the governing body that's mandated to be responsive to children and the values, beliefs, and priorities of the community. But we have to do it together. And the input from the teachers was fabulous tonight, and it's unfortunate that there wasn't more dialogue that took place because of the circumstances that are outside of our control as a board and those of the Open Meeting Act, because we will make a difference together when we talk. So that's all I have to say with all of the information. Thank you for writing in and thank you for coming in and speaking.
Again, thank you to everybody who spoke. Thank you to everyone who participated in the blizzard of emails that we've been receiving. A couple thoughts. Somebody tonight mentioned it's okay not to agree. And I generally tend to feel that way too. But it's become real clear in the tone of some of the emails and some people I talked to that it's not okay to not agree. There's some people, I think, that are saying you've got to agree with what I believe or else kind of thing. As a community, we don't win when we have people dug into those positions. So I would implore those people to think about that a little bit. I kind of put, when the parents spoke, I kind of put I kind of took a little survey. And teachers, I hope tonight the teachers noticed the parents were pretty split, the ones that spoke to us tonight. We had representatives of all different philosophies of what we should be doing, okay? And most of those parents were just good people who were concerned about their kids, I think. It's not that they had a particular agenda, okay? And parents, I hope you listen to the teachers some tonight. See, the teachers that spoke pretty much voiced a single opinion. And we've had some comments made amongst the community about our teachers, and they're pretty judgmental on social media and some in person and some of the emails I've been reading. And I think that's unfortunate because I don't think, teachers are generally concerned about the issues they're generally concerned about. So we need to do our best to kind of work together and understand each other here. Another interesting thing that has come to light is people seem to think that unless you're doing what they're doing, what they want you to do, you're not listening. And if that's how we measure whether we're listening or not, then a good share of the community is going to be convinced they weren't listened to because we've got all kinds of different strategies and we can only pick one direction, folks. We can put different pieces in that, but there has to be one plan that we come out of this with. So that's what we're going to do our best to do. And please know that if what you're advocating is not maybe represented in the final plan to the extent you think it should be, that wasn't because we didn't hear you. We're hearing, but we've got to choose one path forward. We'll try to put as many elements in that path as we can to help people, but there can only be one path. We can't be all remote, and we can't be all 5 days, and we can't be hybrid too. It just doesn't work. So we're going to do our best moving forward, and that's what we're going to do, and we hope that you understand that. Okay. That's it for board communications. I'm sorry?
I just said thanks for your comments.
Yeah. Okay, financial update, Heather.
We'll make it as quick as possible. Good evening, board and Dr. Hall. Just a quick thing you'll notice on the financial reports, our revenue was significantly down. Our expenses were a little up. I can explain both. The revenue was down because we had been missing 2 months worth of property taxes. I actually took a visit to the county building, and they said that they were behind in entering the checks, so they could not run the distribution check. So they promised me they would do it by October 5th. Luckily, we got $8 million in on October 5th. So next month will look a lot prettier. The expenses are up just because not all of them, but most of our debt payments were due, and our death certificates, and of course we finished the field house. So that is the main reason for why they look the way they did. They will look a lot better this next month. So, and I am working with Mr. Giles and Mr. Key to come up with a date for our finance committee meeting to discuss the levy. So, any questions?
Any questions for Heather?
So that 2 months that we're behind, where does the 8 million fall? Is that cover the 2 months?
Yeah, that caught them up to where they should have been, yes. But we still don't have all of our property taxes yet now.
Has there been any indication from the county treasurer's office that there's any move on their part to get things back on a regular schedule that we can count on?
Right now, he just said they're working as fast as they can. I could not get into the actual treasurer, but I got into the new assistant. The old assistant had resigned, so he was brand new. But he understood, because I told him, I said, you understand, I'm going to be telling my board that we.
You think they even understand they've got issues?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
He basically said they had not even entered the checks into the system when I went there in September. So people had paid, but the checks were not in the system to distribute. So, you know, and both the village and I have communicated with them that once the election is over and we have a new treasurer, you know, we'd like to talk to them to see what their future intentions are. Like how things are gonna be paid and what we can expect in the future.
Like entering checks and making.
Well, and, you know, when they're gonna pay things throughout the year, because, you know, it obviously affects our cash flow, as you probably noticed on the reports. Yeah. So, but I was happy to see the 8 million, and we're still running about 6.7% down in sales tax. This month alone was 6% down, so hopefully, I mean, if we keep it that level, you know, that's a decent level, and hopefully Christmas time will maybe pick up some more. I know I've already started. And and then we're starting to.
Champagne County, thank you very much.
Oh, I am, trust me. Yes, Home Goods loves me. But yes, and also we've started to get our corporate replacement taxes as well. So we're starting slowly to get, you know, things going, and of course we're getting our GSA at the flat level that we had from last year.
Great.
So.
Anything else for Heather? Thank you, Heather.
Okay, thank you.
Christine Northrup.
Good evening.
Might have needed to log off, but
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
So for the sake of brevity, I will say that this month's board report was a wide and deep look at the support services that are provided throughout the district. Lots of information packed in there. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions for Christine?
I have one. Christine, how many kids do we have with IEPs in the district?
That was in the initial report, Lori, and I want to say it's close. It's usually about 320. It hovers between 320, 340.
That's what I thought. All I could go back was find was the 74% of the students. Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions for Christine? Nicole?
I just included some updates on some test scores from spring, as well as some enrollment, potential changes when we move to 4 days. I don't have anything new to add unless you have questions.
Questions for Nicole?
Nicole, I have a question. So I was looking at the math test scores.
Yes.
Of course, I'm looking, in my mind, I'm only thinking the pandemic and the 5-year average, you know, that goes into that. So were we able to give our spring math scores before we went away for spring break? So we didn't get those in. Okay. That's what
These are all fall scores. This is the 5-year fall average to this year's fall average.
And I asked that just because it didn't say spring, that's why I wondered. Okay.
All right.
Thanks for putting that in there. I thought that was very important.
This year's scores weren't, I mean, they were really pretty close to the averages, so that was
Yes.
good to see.
Yeah, the only one that's a little bit off is second grade, and you may or may not know, but we switched tests for second grade, I think 2 years ago. So that 5-year average is still catching up. So they switched from the first, second grade test to a second, fifth grade test.
But if you look at the 5-year average for math, they had all gone down.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, yeah, okay. It's just more significant at that because of the switch in test.
Okay, thanks. And English, language are 8 of the 10 areas have gone down.
What does 1 point difference mean? You know, I see 180 to 173, 161 to 157.
It depends on the level. Most of those within 1 point are within the standard of error.
Okay.
So it's really not significant. What's more significant is when you break it down by the individual student, which is a report we've been going over with the principals. So if you have students that have made significant decrease, then we have a plan for an estimated growth for each individual child to get them back on track. And so it just depends on what that discrepancy is from where they left in winter to where they came back this fall as to whether that can be recouped by the end of this school year. We have a handful of kids that will take 2 years to recoup that.
So have you seen a big change in that over previous years where we're seeing kids who are needing to catch up more, like it's going to take an extended time for them to catch up, or is it?
So this is the first year MAP has done that particular report, and they did it specifically for this, for the COVID and for the type of instruction that was missed. We typically will have a group of students that come in every year that have had a summer slide or not performing as well as they did in the spring. It's just that's why we kind of look at a general rolling average for that. And then just like with anything, it's a 1-day test. So some kids can just have an off day. Our teachers do a great job then at looking at when they have an individual student that performs low, looking at their long-term scores to see if it's a trend or if it was just a 1-day kind of decline.
Anything else?
Thank you, Dr. Rummel, for the thoroughness of your report and especially the data you included. It's really great to see.
The data was good to look at. Okay, Dr. Hall, Superintendent's report.
Great. Oh, I just want to reiterate that it is National Principals Month. This is Principals Week, and Friday is Principals Day. So I just want to say thank you to Chad Benedict, Megan Hunter, Ryan Martin, and Nathan Mills, and our assistant principals, Pat Bailey, Dustin Day, Doug Fisher, Matt Hensley, and Ted Martin. We appreciate everything that they do. So happy Principals Day to them, and their work is greatly appreciated, especially this year. Also just want to congratulate our National Merit Commended students, Alexandra Headley, Tony Wang, Amber Marshall, and Daniel Renshaw. Great job on being named commended students, and just another sign of really hard work and academic excellence that goes on here. One more thing, very quickly, I found this out after I put together the report, but Megan Hunter was named to the 40 under 40 list of kind of who's who in Champaign County. So
cool.
Congratulations to Megan. So we're 2 for 2. We had Nathan Mills last year and Megan Hunter this year. So, and probably some people in the past too. So that's a great honor and well deserved.
Good. Questions for Dr. Hall? Okay, item of business number 1 is new math class at the high school, and that is Dan Ryan and Dr. Rummel.
Just make sure everyone can hear me right now. All right.
We can.
Yes, we can.
You're there.
Take me just
Awesome.
a second to get your slides up, Dan and Jared. Am I using the? I have an update. It's not done the same way it was done before. I ran along.
Yeah.
I tried that.
And if we don't have the slides, we can force on.
Are you good?
Yep.
There it is.
There we go. Oops, there's the wrong one.
All right.
Okay. We'll run through this really quick. As you can see, the genesis of this quantitative literacy class that we're going to offer came from the Power Act, which I think was 3 or 4 years ago, the state of Illinois issued that. Basically, the premise behind it was that we get more and more of our kids entering college, whether it's community college, four-year university, and everywhere in between, where they're entering college and paying tuition for courses, but they're getting college credit for it instead of taking remedial classes and not getting any closer to a diploma. And so the idea behind this is that it would be kind of a parallel course to Parkland's Math 072, as you see on there, which is math literacy. And in fact, we would even probably use or strongly consider using the very same text that they use. A lot of area schools are opting to head down this route. Our target audience would be juniors in geometry, as the slide says. That's not a huge portion of our clientele. To give you some context, this year we have 31 juniors who are in geometry. And even of those kids who will be registering for classes as seniors come January, even of those 31, they can still take one of 3 different classes. They could take Algebra 2, they could take discrete mathematics, or pending approval, they could take Quant Lit. And so those would be their 3 options that would all propel them into college credit bearing classes when they graduate. And as you can see, pending your guys' approval, the next step would be we would get local area portability approval on November 10th. Feel fairly confident in that since I'm on the committee and have been behind the scenes, and I think that would be a formality. And so that, in a nutshell, is quantitative literacy. I didn't know.
I just want to say that this is not a choice that we have to have. We're required to offer this 4th year of math as a, we have 3 choices or 3 different pathways that we could select. This is the middle pathway in the course offering. So it's a lot. So we're required to offer this transitional math class. Don't be surprised. There is a ELA or English pathway that will be coming. We just don't know the date for when that course will have to be implemented. So, and Dan mentioned the textbook. It has been and still is the one recommended is in the admin office for anybody that's interested in reviewing that. So, sorry, Dan.
No, that's all good. Yeah. And so I would only anticipate 1 section of this class, just given the numbers maximum. So each year. Any questions on quantitative literacy?
I just wanted to say thank you to you and Rhonda, because I know you both worked really hard on this. So thanks.
No problem. And then switching gears, the second class we're proposing would be an AP Computer Science A class. This year we debuted Principles, also an AP CS class. So it is in year 1. And so AP CSA would kind of be the successor to that class. It starts to narrow, as I said there, into Java language programming. And theoretically, if we have kids take both of those classes, they typically earn 7 hours of college credit. I'm excited that we're making inroads and offering courses in a field that is definitely burgeoning and not going anywhere. And so I feel like for a while it's been kind of a hole in our curriculum, and we're able to offer kids some really practical courses in computer science. So some of the feedback we had gotten from alums is, well, that was probably something we need to attend to. And so excited about this course as well.
So we have 1 section of computer science principles this year. I see this as probably being in every other year. So principles 1 year, A the following year. There is no prerequisite, so you don't have to take one to take the other. in terms of the computer science courses. Now, for computer science principals, we currently offer kids need to have completed Algebra 1. And then to take computer science A, there's more math that's involved in that course. And I believe, Dan, do they have to have completed Algebra 2 to take this one? Do you remember the recommendation from AP board or college board?
I think, yeah, the college board, I think, with Algebra 1, but I don't know. I think most high schools do up that prereq a little bit, just so that they're not setting kids up in a position where they're going to fail. Because, yeah, the math is a little more stringent than principals.
So, and I just want to say, neither of these courses would really be possible without our volunteer Bob Knight, who has been trained by Microsoft in their TEALS, their volunteer program. He is the only certified volunteer in the state of Illinois, and gives his time on a very regular basis to support our students in this program. So,
Thank you, Bob.
yeah. He had 3 children that graduated from Mahomet-Seymour, and they have all graduated, and he is still helping us. So it has been. He's been a huge help to this program. So.
Okay, board members, any questions at this point?
Thanks, Dan Ryan. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Lomo.
Superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the new high school courses as presented. Is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
So moved.
We'll give that to Colleen. Is there a second?
Second.
I will give that to Jeremy. Discussion.
Exciting that we have more options for the kids.
Good work. Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Schultz,
Yes.
Colleen?
Schultz,
Yes.
thank you. Giles,
Yes.
Larson,
Yes.
Keith,
Yes.
Ken?
Yes. I vote yes.
Okay.
Hennessy,
Yes for me?
Henricks,
Yes.
McComb.
Yes, Dawn has that soft voice in the corners.
I will speak up.
Pretend you're the football announcer. Okay, next item on the agenda, resolution for the sale of 13 acres. Dr. Hall.
Hey, the Board of Education approved an intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Mahomet on September 21st to sell 13 acres to the Village of Mahomet for $225,000. This resolution for sale represents the final step in selling the parcel to the village. This action must be passed with a 2/3 majority vote, which is 5 out of 7 board members. So had quite a bit of discussion over this, in the last couple of board meeting in September and also in August. So leave it at that and recommend that the board approve the attached resolution for sale.
So the superintendent of the board recommends the board approve the attached resolution for the sale of 13 acres and also is recommending that we earmark this $225,000 that we'd receive to go down the road to purchase of additional property when that option might come before us. Is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
I would just like to add and make it clear that with this IGA, that we wrote, both parties do continue to benefit from this space. We do not give that right up by any means. We benefited the same way going forward as we have. But I think importantly, it allows for an investment for improvement for the would-be new owner. And it's right and fair to have someone own the land if they're going to make that investment. So I think it's wonderful that the Village of Mahomet wants to do with it what they do, and I'd like to support that.
You know, we've used that as a recreational property for years. We share rec use with it right now with the village. If we transfer ownership to them, we would continue to share as Merle Common recreational use. We've always, you know, when we got that property back in the day, I understand we thought we might build on that someday. At this point, it's really too small for us to build on. We maybe could locate a transportation or a maintenance hub there, but I don't know that the folks that live in that neighborhood would appreciate a transportation or a maintenance hub there, and we probably have other spots in the district where that would make more sense. If we transfer the property to the village, and we'll have that money to buy land somewhere else with down the road, we'll still get to use it for our activities as we need it, although that's less and less all the time, and probably will be less and less in future years. But it allows the district to develop, or the village to develop it for a park, and they're not going to do that if they don't own it. The district has announced their intention is if we say no and we keep this, then they're gonna go look for the park to develop somewhere else. And probably in about 5 years, 3 to 5 years, depending on how long it takes them, they won't need 13 acres anymore. Once they don't need 13 acres anymore, you know, we're gonna be totally responsible for all the maintenance on it. And we will get to the point where we would have little use for it ourselves. In the meantime, instead of picking up $225,000 that we could invest in other property and still get to use the property, what we would have to do if we don't transfer it is we're looking at around $200,000 worth of drainage work that needs to be done. And 5 years down the road, we'd have spent $200,000 on drainage. The village would be not using it anymore. We wouldn't have much use for it. At some point, I think it would become a maintenance issue for us. We're not going to build on it because it's not suitable for that. We'd probably look to sell it. At that point, it probably becomes residential, multifamily, or single-family homes. And I think the people in Mahomet would much rather see the park stay in the middle of Mahomet. So I think it's a win-win. It gets us off the hook for $200,000 in drainage, keeps it a park long-term for the village. We still get to use it. I'm totally supportive of this.
I have 2 comments. My first one is, I'm very much in favor of it, as many of us in this room I know have coached recreation sports and helped with it. I think it's very positive for our community. It's a community with our kids that they can all participate in it. So that, to me, is a nice community partnership. I want to, we're going forward and it's earmarked in there with the receipt from the money to go toward the purchase of additional land. I just want to remind our board that we don't have a plan really yet as moving forward for all of our facilities, and I want to be cautious on going out and just buying something if we don't know where we're going to put something, because that's dangerous. So.
No, I agree. I think the thing is we just bankroll that money until we have a specific plan.
Like my mom said, because you got the money, you don't have to spend it, right? Sorry,
I think my comments, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think my comments sort of echo sort of the end of what Lori said. I'm actually not opposed to a transfer eventually, but as Lori said, we don't have a long-term plan right now. And so I just don't believe that I can support selling land when we don't have a plan to know what we're doing in the future. Once we have a plan, then that might make sense to us. Secondly, in this document, it says that the school district has determined that the property is no longer needed by the school district for school purposes. But we know that this year we've used that a lot. And so I have a hesitancy to vote for a document that says something's true that's not true. And so that's why I will need to vote no on this document tonight.
I just want to make sure that I was heard correctly. I'm in favor of selling it, just so you know. I just want to make sure that when we look at purchasing something with that money, that it's part of a master plan of what we're going to do. So, because in my opinion, with the information that we've been given, with the amount of land that it is, it's definitely not suitable for building a facility for our students to be housed in. It's not large enough. That's my opinion based upon the information and the plats that we've been given. So.
I would just say while our plan is is not developed at this point, and that is true. We're never gonna be able to build on 13 acres. We're only gonna be able to use it for recreational space. And this allows us to continue to do that. So I think while it doesn't fit a specific plan, I think it fits well into whatever plan we will use moving forward, so.
I think it's fair to qualify the plan. We certainly do have a strategic plan. It's just not precise. We bought the 77 acres for a reason when we did.
Any other comments, discussion?
I share similar concerns about divesting ourselves of an asset when we don't really have concrete plans. I have never really thought that we would build a building necessarily on 13 acres, but I've heard lots of talk in the community about the need to have soccer fields available. Our band right now practices on an asphalt parking lot. There are lots of other ways we could maintain the park environment for the community desires that would still be useful to the school. And we have not had the opportunity to explore any of those ideas. I did send an email to the village board requesting a meeting of the joint boards in the hope that we might get together to discuss, how we could move forward in a way that would allow us to do some of our strategic planning, but might still allow us to plan for the future selling of this piece of land to the village. I was disappointed to receive a no to that request. There are lots of things that we could do. I know one of the village's concerns was, how can we make improvements to a piece of land that we don't own? Certainly we have intergovernmental agreements that we could call out. Any investment could be taken off of a future point of sale. There's lots of things that we could do. I just don't feel like we've had the opportunity to explore that. I'm disappointed that we didn't have the opportunity to meet with the village board and actually have a real discussion about what their needs are and what their time frame is, and some of the more creative ways we could address this while not divesting ourselves of an asset that we're not entirely certain we don't need. And certainly this year of COVID, the cross-country team did all of their running on that site. And so it was certainly a great asset to have. And I think as we move forward, there are recreational uses for that may be beneficial to us, but having not explored that, I'm not going to be able to vote to divest ourselves of that asset tonight, anyway.
Thank you, Karen.
I'll just briefly say that because people understand where I'm coming from. I look at this as a cart before the thing. I support selling this to the village. I don't support selling it right now. I think we need to get further along in our facilities plan. I don't think we need to be completely done with our plan. I think further along that we are very sure that we're not going to need this for some purpose. And so for tonight, I'm going to be voting against it.
Okay.
It is accurate to say, and I don't know if Sean Widener's on the call, I think he might be, but that I don't believe the village is interested in purchasing this going forward.
No, the village wants.
Yeah, because we've been talking.
The village is looking, we've been talking to the village for this for a long time. They want some certainty going forward. And the trustees have made it clear they're gonna go find and develop another property. So.
I'm Dr. Hall. I am on the call.
Hey, hi, and the mayor is on the call. That was the stated intention of the trustees, right?
Yeah, I think our professors, we have been looking at recreational facility expansion for a long time, probably longer than we all would hope from a community standpoint. The opportunity for 13 acres to be developed into a village park It's certainly something we're interested in. The cost of the improvements would be far exceed the purchase price. So, that is something we need to consider, that, we're not going to make that type of investment on a property that we don't own. That would not be in the interest of people we represent. So at the end of the day, at this point, the reason why we put a timeline on this for the BOE to consider is just that, because we've been discussing this issue for a long time, internally and externally, and we need to reach at least a point of direction for us to make investments within the community. And if it's not 13 acres, it's 13 acres.
Sean, at what point do you see the village beginning their work to improve that site? Do you have the money ready to do that at this point? Is that in your next 1 or 2 year plan? I'm just trying to understand how we can come to some mutually beneficial arrangement where we can, understand the timing of this and continue a relationship if you're interested in that.
No, it's not in the plan, nor has it been, included in any kind of budgeting, for the reasons I've already stated before, is we don't own the property. So our current investments and planning are going towards Barber Park and those phases that we are committed to now. If we had to pin down a timeline for potential development for 13 acres, should we own the property, I would say it's somewhere in that 5 to 10 year range. Probably it's nothing immediate, with the exception of a potential MARC facility, which is the recreational facility, that could enter the equation as far as sooner than later. But as far as a park development or investment into further park improvements, we have other phases of property we do own, and we have plans for that will take priority over 13 acres.
I guess my question then is, knowing that the school board has a strategic plan for facilities that has the next 12 to 18 months as a timeline for some of these major decisions, does that preclude your ability to kind of wait on your development of that site? It doesn't sound like the development would be immediate. So could we work within that time frame? Or do you have other sites that you're ready to execute and money set aside to purchase those sites as well?
So the answer is I guess, the money set aside for the purchase of this, yes. And that will be options to explore other sites if 13 acres is not chosen. As far as the timeline of development of a park, from a board of trustees level, we discussed this at previous meetings. We want to make a decision, or at least a plan moving forward sooner than later. So at this point, 12 to 18 months is too long for us to wait or continue to wait for the BOE to decide the fate of 13 acres.
Max, I'd just like to add that I really want to be good citizens in this cooperation that we've had with the village. More recently, it's been better perhaps than we've had even previously. I'd rather the village own it. I'd really like for them to own it. And I think it's the right thing to do, and a bird in the hand is worthwhile.
Thanks, Mark. Anything else from board members, or any other questions for the mayor?
So to be clear, just one more time, if the board votes to not sell this, putting the $225,000 aside, we're also essentially foregoing the opportunity for the village of Mahomet to develop this property into a much nicer park than it currently is.
Correct.
Yes. For the use of our community.
And the trustees have signaled that they want to lock down a property sooner rather than later, so.
And when the drainage issue, is there a timeline that has to be accomplished?
I think drainage needs to be addressed also sooner rather than later. So I would suspect if we don't vote to sell it tonight, that we'll be giving instructions to Heather, and Steve to come up with a plan. And we already know the initial estimates to do it kind of on the inexpensive plan is gonna run at least 200,000. I'm sure we could spend far more than that, but, you know.
Is there a reason that that information wasn't provided in the packet during any of these discussions that we've had? It's hard for me to wrap my head around the fact that we have these high dollar signs that have never been.
At the last board meeting, so all the board members would be aware of it. I think, Steve, did you email out the information when we got it?
Yeah, it's back, I think.
Yeah.
So there was an assessment with all of, did I miss that assessment with all of the dollars for the drainage and what the project was gonna look like, and the projected forecast for that was what we emailed out?
An estimate from Kelly Pfeiffer that I forwarded to the board 2 weeks ago.
And that, in my mind, that's, you know, we're gonna invest and that money won't, if we were to sell it later, we won't get that 200,000 back. We might get part of it, but certainly nowhere near the entire 200,000.
I don't see any reason to risk the sale here. I see no upside for holding it when we can still use it.
Thoughts or comments?
I guess one comment from, at least from my perspective, seeing the public emails on this subject, I think the BOE and BOT were both addressed by numerous emails, either community members or, more importantly, probably the neighbors of 13 acres, wanting to see this continue as a recreation facility, a park. We, as the village, certainly would like to keep it a park. It's centrally located. It benefits the community. We prefer to see that, but again, BOE will set the course of action tonight, I guess. So I just wanted, it wasn't saved for the public record, but those emails are out there, and I think everybody's happy.
I'd like to comment something that came up at the town hall meetings. I was able to participate in one virtually and then one live, the last live one, but people talked about wanting to have a place to go that was like a neutral spot, and you're not in a school, you're not in a structured, organized facility, you're outside in a place where you can gather as a community. And so in my mind, thinking about this sale coming up to this point, that is something that's been in the back of my mind. And then it was in the September 30th meeting that we specifically talked about that when it was hosted on the courts of Candlewood. And so I just, again, I think that to me was like an exciting thing that, wow, we have that opportunity as a district to do something when we've gone out to our community to engage with them and partner with the village.
Any other comments? Okay, Don, we have a roll call vote, please.
Keith,
No.
Keith,
My vote is no.
Larson? Yes. Hennessy?
No.
Hendricks?
Yes.
Schultz?
No.
Giles?
Yes.
McComb?
Yes. Okay. That was 4 yeses, and we needed 5 to sell it. So we will hang on to 13 acres. And I need Heather and Steve to start taking more to heart the drainage issue. And we need a timetable and then some estimates that are pretty solid.
And please note, this was not in the budget, so.
Okay. It's been more than another hour and a half, so we're gonna take a 5-minute comfort break. The next item, I'm assuming, will not be fast, so we'll get a break in right now. Back in 5. Okay.
We have the coffee machine going if anybody needs it. Mr. Seward needs a coffee.
Okay, I believe we're back up on live feed and on WebEx, is that correct? Yep. Thank you. All right, next is our COVID update and the discussion on 5 days a week. The last meeting, we voted to keep the current plan through the end of the semester and go to 4 days a week next semester, so that is what is on the books now. And I'll turn things over to Dr. Hall.
Okay, thank you.
Are Ken and Megan back?
I don't know.
Yeah, better ask.
Hey, Ken? If they're not, I'll run over.
It looks like they disconnected.
I saw KK up there.
Megan's here.
I see at least Megan Square, but she's not here.
I didn't see her.
I don't see Ken.
No, Ken will be disconnected.
Are you gonna text him? I texted Mrs. Hennessy.
I'm sorry. I mean, not as fast as people, obviously. Apologize.
Okay, has anyone seen or heard anything from Ken?
That was nice of him to do that for me so I could go to the restroom.
Hey, what happened? Okay. He is having connection issues. He's thinking he's almost back on.
Hey, Max, can you hear me? Max, can you hear me?
Yep, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, very good. Okay, I think we've got everybody back now, and,
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
And if it doesn't have, it has to do with the prior agenda item. When you were leaving the agenda item, Heather and Steve, you said we did not have that drainage in our budget. And I apologize because my mind had already moved on, because of the vote to the next item. What was the cost of that?
Well, I think they thought it was originally 200,000, but after adding it up during the break, it's about 300,000.
Thanks.
okay, so we were at the COVID-19 update and the 5-day-a-week discussion. At our last meeting, we voted to maintain the current plan through the rest of the semester and move to a 4-day-a-week in-person plan for second semester. And so that is what is on the books right now, and I'll turn things over to Dr. Hall.
Thank you. I want to echo some of the words that were said earlier of thanks for all the comments and speakers tonight. It's not easy to come here and speak. It looks like a small, intimate room, but you also know that you're broadcasting on the internet, and so some very wonderful, wide-ranging comments, and just appreciate the time and thought that everybody put into it to come and speak tonight, or also speak over WebEx. And We did get many emails since last week. Appreciate all of those as well. I also appreciate the understanding that it's very difficult to answer all of those. And I know that some people have had questions in those, and it's not that I don't want to respond, but just limited by time and the sheer volume of emails. So what I'd like to do tonight, I think everybody's pretty clear that the vote on the table is to move to a 5-day-a-week format for second semester. The 4-day-a-week format was voted on September 21st. So just put together, it's very brief, just overview of each of those options. Knowing that I fully understand that in showing these pros and cons, that just depending on where you are and what your experiences are, that some of the pros might not be pros for you, and some of the cons might not be cons. You might be experiencing these differently. So understand that, and again, just want to go over these. One thing that's in common, I'm going to talk about the 4-day-a-week option, then move to the 5-day-a-week option, is both of these plans in second semester keep the same daily times for our buildings as they are now. I know that some requests were made this evening to move back to the hours of the buildings that were pre-pandemic. And the reason that we have the staggered starts now is so that we can transport kids differently than we used to in the past. We are now grouping K-5 students and 6-12 students, and that helps us to keep 50 or less on our buses. And then it also, in the times when we have had to do some contact tracing, it's somewhat limited in that we've got the younger kids and the older kids together. So these plans are both rooted in the idea that we keep the daily times for our buildings. And again, that goes back to transporting 50 or less on our buses. So in terms of the pros for 4 days a week, Mondays do remain as planning time, and that's also an asynchronous learning day for our students. Hybrid learners become full-time in-person learners. Thus, teachers at our 6th through 12th grades are teaching to 2 and not 3 groups of students. Right now, our 6th through 12th grade teachers are teaching to the remote students. They're teaching to the students who are in front of them that day, and then they're also teaching to the kids who are on their off day. This does get all kids back in school. Our remote learners remain with Mahomet-Seymour teachers. We don't outsource remote learning. There's money saved from not outsourcing. We have been able to accommodate most families' needs in terms of switching back and forth due to emergencies or when a student is in quarantine. And we also have a reliable go-to if a building or the district should need to go all remote. If there are some cons, and I guess these lists are not all inclusive, we could probably add more to both sides. Our junior high and high school teachers would still be doing both in-person and remote teaching, but it would just be 2 groups. And then all kids are back in school, but a downside for some folks is that they are not in school on Mondays. As far as the 5-day-a-week plan.
All right, Lindsay, can I ask a question, please?
Sure.
Are you suggesting that the students who are not in the classroom on the day that they are hybrid learners have a separate curriculum from what's being taught in the classroom and to the remote students by the teachers? You say there are 3 groups.
Not at
it's my
all.
understanding, though, that they actually just become part of the remote learning group, correct?
Yes, and so not suggesting that at all. They are part of the remote learning group when they're on their off day, but it's still is essentially they are not remote learners. They are kids on their off day who are at home, and it does make a difference. So they're not doing anything different curriculum or instruction wise, but they are not fully remote students. They are students who are at home on their off day. So I apologize if I wasn't clear on that. That was a good question. Thank you.
And there are some times where they are different. So like if they're doing a lab in science, the students that are there present could be doing the lab activity, the students that are on their off day could be doing one activity, and then the students that are all remote can be doing an adaptive lab activity because they're not there. So there are times when there are 3 different lesson plans that are going on.
In terms of 5 days a week, remote learning would be outsourced in this model in grades 6 through 12. This then causes remote learning to come off of Mahomet-Seymour's teachers' plates. They would focus solely on in-person learners. Mondays are not needed for planning or collaboration for the remote students. We would need a staff member that is solely dedicated to remote learning. And frankly, beginning to think that we need that position no matter what we do in second semester. In terms of the downsides to this, remote learners are not engaged with Mahomet-Seymour teachers and other students, or well, they would be with the students that they are remote with. And this was something that we heard quite a bit back from many people through email, and tonight, the connection with our teachers is very, very important. We don't know the exact cost of this. When we examined this last summer, it was in the area of $250,000. So that's a fairly, that's a significant commitment, also not in our budget. Outsourcing also doesn't cover all of the classes that we offer. Dr. Rumble's done a lot of research on this and thinks that we're about 90% of our classes, but we would have to strategize about how kind of the singleton and specialty classes would be covered. I put the staff member also under cons because that's something that we haven't really planned on. We would still need our teachers to be planning for our in-person students who would need to go into quarantine. Those students cannot move back and forth between the outsourced remote learning and our teachers. And then another con is that there is no flexibility for this during the semester. Once a choice is made to go that route, that is something that parents have to stick with for the whole semester. So with that, that's a quick and brief overview of both models. I understand that a survey was sent out to parents regarding the 4-day-a-week model, and we were trying to move ahead with that when this option was suggested to be added to the agenda. I wanted to communicate, and I did about that in an email to our parents last week. So those are again, the overview of both options, and happy to answer any questions. Dr. Rummel can as well, and go from there. I will share, before I stop talking, I'll share that my recommendation is to stick with the 4 days a week and not outsource remote learning. I think that's the best option at this point. It's what we had planned on. I think it's clearly not what everybody wants. There is literally no option that everybody wants, and I think that we've learned that. But I believe that the connection with our teachers is very important for our remote learners. But I also think that 4 days a week does bring our students back almost full time, and we will continue to work internally to learn and grow and improve in the asynchronous learning and also in the remote teaching. So that's where my recommendation lies, and leave it to the board to discuss and move ahead.
So I brought this up for several reasons. I feel like I should lead it off just because I'm the one that asked for it, so you can thank me for the long meeting tonight, and I'm okay with that. We don't have an option for those parents or children who want to be in school 5 days a week and may need to be in school 5 days a week. So everybody who feels like they're being neglected for some reason or another, they're also not thinking about the other side of it, and I think we covered that a little bit. And one, it seems like our teachers are just in an impossible situation, having to prepare 2 or 3 lesson plans for different groups. So needing to balance that need with the needs of our students who are falling behind as well. And then also the students and families that just can't be in school for whatever reason. You know, my understanding is that in the high school, we have 3 times the D's and F's that we had over last year. And in the junior high, we have 2 times the D's and F's that we had over last year. I'm not blaming teachers for that at all. I think it's the situation. I mean, there's no blame here for anyone. And I'm not devaluing teachers in any way. Like I said, I think they're in an impossible situation trying to meet everyone's needs when they can't. So I think the only way to balance this is to allow the people who want to be in school, the people who can't, they can't be in school. And in order to balance some of the teacher situations is that we have to be able to have an option so that they don't have to prepare for remote classes as well as in person. And the outsourcing is not ideal, for sure. I totally agree with that, but it's trying to do the most good for the most people that we can in a situation that is less than ideal. You know, we're a school, our job is education, and I feel like our doors should be open. The people who want to come can come. The people who can't come, we're still going to provide an education, but like I said, our hands are somewhat tied, and we try to balance that. So if Megan and James have a better way to balance all of those things, then I'm all ears. But trying to give teachers back some of their life so they're not working 70 hours a week, they're not working Friday nights and Saturdays and Sundays, but also meet the needs of our students, then I don't see anything else. But like I said, if you've got other options, I'm all ears. And I'm sure the other board members would be happy to see that too.
Are you looking to us to say something?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, I think we can't comment on that tonight
Correct.
only because we haven't discussed it with our membership as far as what options would be. But I think there's definitely an opportunity for us to take a look at the current plan you're in and make changes and make those things that are broken and fix those things. But as far as commenting on a 4-day or 5-day plan and how that would look, that has not been discussed, and so therefore we couldn't really comment on that tonight.
And we did give Max a demand to bargain for January so that we can work together on this. But without us sitting at the table with equal input on this, it's gonna be really tough to do that. So, I mean, there's no easy answers to any of this situation that we're in. Some people are gonna be left out, some people aren't. And without us even having a chance to sit down and talk with building administrators and the teachers on putting together the best plan and still follow, because we are a public building and a public entity, we are required to follow public guidelines. And so, the safety concern, whether people want to acknowledge or not, is there. And so, we have to provide a safe haven for everyone in the buildings, students or staff or both.
Well, I think that's another important part, I think, is trying to balance those local conditions that we have here for safety, which other districts, not only here surrounding us, but in other states have done and balanced their local conditions and decided what's best for them locally to move forward. So I think that's also something that we have to keep in mind is what are the local conditions.
Right. And we haven't come together to do that as a collective group. It's been decided by one group without discussions with the other group. And so we haven't had these collective discussions. It's been decided without our collective groups getting together. And so it's hard to make those decisions that we need to be making for our collective group when not everybody's at the table doing it.
I think the other thing I think that needs to be clear, and I'm not saying that you meant it this way at all, Jeremy, so I just want to make it clear, when you say if James and Megan have any ideas, I just want to make it clear that it's not Megan and James's ideas, it's the MSBA's ideas. So I don't want the public thinking that James and I are sitting down, coming up with these plans alone. This is a collective MSEA, and so I just want to make sure that that was expressed.
I just caution, I'm not sure that this discussion back and forth is entirely appropriate. We should probably.
How many people does the union represent? How many teachers?
How many teachers only?
Staff.
Or staff in
We're
general?
all, we're not just teachers.
No, how many are members? How many are members of the union?
We're looking at about 230.
Okay.
It is changing daily. I would say we get a couple of new intakes each day.
Sure, I was just curious, because I asked how many staff.
I'm not sure the back and forth is.
Okay, well, can I make a comment? Is that okay?
Yes.
So my comments, just as we're thinking, and I know that teachers think this, and regardless of people being kind or unkind and saying things in my face that are not in this room, but like, I am a school social worker, I work in the schools every day. I asked earlier a number from Mrs. Northrup, and we have about pretty much 10% of our population is special education. We all know that kids with special education needs are best serviced in the school by instructional. So to me, we're not servicing the needs of that population. Then we have 20% plus of our kids that are low socioeconomic status, who may not have the resources and are falling behind because of that. I mean, I need to look at that and look at the best interest and look at that. We had 74% that came back in the beginning. We have 83% that want to come back now. So, I mean, I know we can do better, and in that coming together, if that's what it takes, I want that. Because I'm proud that we have been able to come back with the 2.5 days and do what we've done. But I said when I was sitting over there before, I mean, usually you bump your things up when you're doing well. And we have the evidence to support that we've had good measures in place. If we need more, then we need to do whatever you're talking about and discussing that. But we owe it to our 3,200 students to catch them, because they're falling and our staff is falling. I mean, people have said they're exhausted. I get it, I do it every day too, but then let's do that and have a plan that's executed, that, you know, because I don't want our district to look like the world, which is negative and unkind and hurtful. I don't want that. I moved here for education, I worked here for our education system, and I value it. And we can do better. I know we can. And that's speaking to the room.
Just to make that clear, Lori, our special ed students are here 4 days a week already. So I just wanted to.
For the whole district? Yes. I did not know that, so.
From my perspective, my concern is what we're doing right now under the hybrid model is not working well. And I guess here's the reason I say that. Grade 6 to 12, I don't think it's working well for students. Grade 6 to 12, and we've got double the DF count at the junior high and triple the DF count at the high school, we've got issues. And again, I think the teachers are working their hearts out. I think the teachers are distressed by that. I know kids are, I know parents are. I'm not trying to throw stones at anybody here, but the reality of the situation is that's where we're at. I also think, looking at grades 6 to 12, I understand from talking to our administrators that the teachers are in the buildings all hours of the day, all hours of the night. They're fighting hard to try to manage these 3 groups. And sometimes it's 2 groups, but sometimes it's 3 groups. And sometimes it switches back and forth. And that has been burdensome and troublesome to our teachers, and it's not because our teachers don't have the skills or the desire. Okay? It's hard, and we're doing it, and we're, you know, and anybody can deal with anything for a short period of time, right? I mean, you can endure it for a while, but as time goes on, this is just becoming grinding, and I'm concerned about our staff at grade 6-12 holding up. At K-5, you don't hear either of those concerns that I just mentioned so much. But what you do hear from K to 5 is the group that it's not working for there is the parents. And it's not because parents are lazy, it's not because parents don't want to take care of their kids. Their parents are trying to earn a living in a lot of cases. And they can't spend the time. I was on a conference call last week doing a phone interview for Illinois Realtors with a grandmother who does not live in this district. And she had to stop the interview 3 times because she had a kindergartner and a 2nd grade grandchildren there because mom and dad are both working, and she's trying to watch these kids and help them with their online learning. And I could just hear every time she had to stop frustration in her voice as she was trying to deal with these kiddos in an environment she's not used to and didn't understand. So there's lots of issues with parents when it comes to what we're doing K-5. So from my standpoint, the 4 or 5 day plan addresses those. We all know in-person learning is preferred, and 5 days is probably better than 4 days. I think that's not much of that's not a hard concept for most of us to figure out in ideal conditions. Of course, we're not under ideal conditions. But then the problem becomes at 5 days becomes teacher's time, and that's where accessing the remote program for the upper grades comes into play in order to make that happen. And again, that's to do 2 things: to take the stress off of our teachers and to make a 5 day plan feasible. But also it gives those students people who are dedicated to them. I think there is some merit to that. Now, we've all heard different things about remote and how other places, how it's going on in other places and what's good and what's bad. If we make a decision to go remote or to outsource remote grades 6 to 12 tonight, one of the reasons we're talking about it tonight is that company needs 2 months to really customize their learning to fit us. And to accept our students and to customize the programs for us, essentially. Now, if we wait and do this at the last minute, there won't be any customization for us. So I think if we're going to outsource remote, for the grades 6 to 12, we either do it tonight or we don't do it. Because if we don't do it tonight and decide to do it later, we know we're delivering an inferior product because they won't have time to customize it. If we're going to outsource it, we need to do the best job we can in outsourcing and give them the appropriate amount of time. So that's where I'm at.
Max, can I comment on something just to make something perfectly clear that the NSEA's stance tonight was not to have the board rescue 6 to 12 and teaching hybrid. That was what we came.
No, I'm not saying it was.
To stay in the hybrid model.
I'm saying from feedback I'm getting from our administrators is that as well as 6 to 12, a lot of teachers, certainly not all, but a lot of the teachers are just stressed and they're working a lot of hours. Okay? And that's why I say one of the reasons that I think our plan 6 to 12 is unsustainable in this current form. The other reason I think it's unsustainable is because of student performance. Our DF counts are off the chart right now, and I don't think any of us are happy with that. Again, I'm not blaming teachers. I think the teachers are distraught about that too. So.
I actually got a few things to add.
Yep.
I'm encouraged talking to some folks, teachers and administrators alike, that there is some of the remote quality that is getting better. The 9th week compared to the first 3 weeks, for instance. So there is a learning curve. Sounds like the teachers are indeed climbing that learning curve. Some of it's technology, some of it's just having to do the additional lesson plans and so forth. But I want to state that I am not in favor of outsourcing. outsourcing has very direct and unintended consequences, in my opinion. It's not just the content that gets outsourced, it's the connection with the kids. The kids, we've heard several people tonight that sounded like they were just rather appalled that the kids would lose the direct connection to their teacher mid-year. So I think that outsourcing also has unintended consequences by forcing management of content in ways that we don't quite expect. We know there's going to be a gap. We know they won't be on the same path as to what we're teaching today. That gap needs to be managed. I doubt that we can get one person in charge to keep track of all those classes that are going to have gaps. So I think we need to be careful what we ask for, because the outsourcing management required could be daunting. I like the 4-day that we already voted on, and continuing to give the teachers the day of prep. But then they deal with one remote situation and not two. So I hold to my vote from last month, and I think that's the best option.
I have yet to vote for any of the plans put forward for several reasons. I will try and articulate at this point. First and foremost, we've talked about local conditions. We've passed resolutions that say we will follow local community and authority figures, CUPHD being one of those. And yet the plans put in front of us blatantly fly in the face of all of the recommendations that we are given and then that we voted that we would also follow. So this is problematic on multiple levels. Let's get the first and kind of important, but one that we really shouldn't even have on the table, in my opinion, is our legal counsel has been very clear that they expect us to follow the guidelines as much as possible. Now, granted, that language is too loose. And if you talk to CUPHD directly, they don't feel like as much as possible is even on the table. They will tell you they expect 6 feet of distance between kids. We don't have that now. We certainly don't have that with any discussion of 4, let alone 5 days. I asked that our attorneys be present tonight so that we could actually get them to weigh in on the specifics of these plans. I was denied that request by Matt, who didn't feel like it was important and didn't want to pay the attorneys to do that. I'm super disappointed. I'm going to just say that right off, because legal advice is usually dependent on the specifics. So it's one thing for the lawyer to say you should follow the guidelines as much as possible. It's another thing for me to ask the lawyer, okay, we are going to enter into a scenario where our kids are 1 foot away from other kids. I need your legal advice on that based on the recommendations that we have from public health authorities. I don't have the opportunity to ask those questions. I would bet that their suggestion would be that is not going to be acceptable and that's going to set you up for liability. And as a fiduciary of this school district, the legal liability is something that we have to consider. And I don't see how anyone can vote for a plan that knowingly increases our risk for legal liability when the standard of practice has been very clear that 6 feet apart is what we should be shooting for. Secondly, it's not working well is something that I hear a lot. I think it's important to note that we have never sent a sufficient survey to any of the constituents that we're talking about. We have not surveyed the kids to ask them what's going well and what's not going well. We have not sent a survey to the parents that actually offered real opportunities for them to tell us what it is that they want in terms of their education. There was a survey that went out that basically took the hybrid off the table. So I will liken that to saying to someone, would you like blue or yellow better? They will pick one of those 2 colors. If I say, what's your favorite color? And their favorite color is pink, my survey doesn't even allow them to answer what it is that they actually want. I can't believe we've sent a survey to the parents that actually is sufficient for gathering the data about what they want for their students. Tonight, I'm shaking my head a little bit because based on the emails that I have read thus far and the comments that were made tonight from staff, I don't know how it would be anybody's opinion other than they told us very directly what they wanted. I heard over and over and over again, we would like this hybrid plan for the safety. There are problems with the hybrid plan. Those are a result of us being told late in the day that this is the plan we are moving forward with. And then the stress that we add to them by suggesting that every month we are going to change our minds about the plan that we put in front of them and expect them to execute is inexcusable in my mind. When we talk about the grades and the assignments, my child in the scope of a weekend, and I've talked to other parents, has gone from an F to an A, sometimes because grades are simply not in Skyward. So when we talk about the data, I think it's important to understand what data do we really know? Are those D's and F's actual grades, or is that just a function of teachers being so overloaded that the grade book and entering assignments is about the last thing that they can do right now? And that's not a real reflection of how our students are doing. We heard from several students tonight that are where this is working for them. We have not asked the remote students what we could do to improve it for them. Insufficient surveying and making decisions without appropriate data is a dereliction of our duty, quite frankly, in my opinion. And I can't believe that we're sitting here in the middle of October and we haven't actually sent a real survey to all of our constituents to know what it is that's going well and what it is that needs improvement. I do not know that we have sent anything to CUPHD to indicate to them that we intend to go full remote and throw guidelines out the window. I don't know how, with everything that we're reading from all of the experts, we have any thought that this is not going to be something that gets worse. Monticello, which we've been holding up, some of the board has been holding up as an example, closed right now. The whole district closed right now because of
One of their schools is closed.
Lori, may I just finish, please? I would appreciate not being interrupted.
Okay, well, it's been going on a while.
Monticello's buildings are closing because of COVID outbreaks. Danville's buildings are closing because of outbreaks. Part of our success is based on the fact that we have some semblance of social distancing. I have been in the buildings. I walked through the junior high and the high school. I am telling you, if you have not done that, you should do that before you vote on any plan that is anything other than the hybrid plan that the teachers are requesting, and quite frankly, it sounded like begging us for tonight. These classrooms cannot socially distance. We do not continue this face-to-face, splitting up face-to-face time. I'm thrown off because I was interrupted, so I need a moment to gather my thoughts, please. I feel like
I think it's important that you know that Danville had to go door to door to get their kids to come to school. So I just think it's important because everybody's taking all the data in of what they read and what they hear. And I have people that I know that work there, that they were knocking on their doors, and someone who lived there to get kids to come to school. So, I mean, we're throwing things out, and let's just talk what impacts us, please, and just stay on that. I mean, because we just rolled away $400,000 tonight, boom, like that, just no problem, gave that up. So, I mean, if it's gonna matter, then
I am not even allowed to finish my thought. Everyone else in that room got to speak, and then they paused when they were done speaking. I am so tired of being interrupted and not afforded the same respect that you afford other people in that room. I have given you the respect to let you finish your train of thought. Okay. I guess I will wrap up this set of comments saying that I think it is very, very clear that we're given a directive from our staff tonight that says you owe it to us to give us an environment that is safe, and if you don't, we will take the next steps. And I do not understand how anyone with a fiduciary responsibility to this district votes for a plan that flies in the face of the very institutions that we voted to say we are under the jurisdiction of. And we have insufficiently surveyed parents, teachers, staff, and students to understand where the gaps are. I am sure that there are opportunities for improvement in what we are doing. I think the teachers asked us tonight to stay the course and allow them the time to do that. And I think we need to listen to them. We talk about the importance and the bedrock of Mahomet-Seymour being our staff. I think we need to listen to them and what they are telling us. And I had some other things to say, but they're gone. So when they come back to me, I'll be back.
Okay. I want to share that I believe you mischaracterized what I said about attorneys. What I said on the attorneys was that Transic represents districts all over the state that are doing all kinds of different programs. So they are representing districts that are doing everything imaginable and all the different programs imaginable. They're not going to issue an opinion. They're not going to go on the record in public. They're going to continue to say, follow guidelines to the extent possible. We checked with them. That is indeed what they did say. And having them here tonight to monitor this discussion would have been a blatant waste of taxpayer dollars. So I didn't do it. Now, if that makes me a bad person, I'm sorry, but that was my decision and that's why I made it. Okay, others to respond to this.
I just think it's important that we look at the whole picture. There was a fabulous representation in person tonight of the K-5 and what they really like and that works for them. We had a few people from the high school, nobody in person from the junior high, but we've had lots of emails, which we've all read. And Megan, I'm apologetic, if you could look at me, that I interrupted you. I think it is very important that people know the proper information that we're having the chance to disseminate on live TV for 400 people, that it is just the high school and what the truth is in Danville, because everybody's measuring their assessment by what, a lot of people are measuring their perception right now of what input information is coming in and fear. And I'm so appreciative of the data that's been put out on the dashboard and that Dr. Rummel has put together, because that's what impacts us in having us make these kind of decisions. So I do want to apologize for that. I do.
Lori, can you clarify? I understand what you were saying about Monticello, but I wasn't understanding what you were saying about Danville. You had said that they were going door to door.
It's not us. I'm sorry, she said that Danville was closed, but I just wanted you to know that they haven't even been able to get their kids to come to school or log on remotely, and that is a fact, okay? That is a fact. I have friends that are school social workers there. The kids aren't coming to school, okay? So my point is they're not there, and they're not getting COVID at school because they're not really there. I mean, I don't know whether they're getting it, but there's so much information coming in that people are choosing to use to influence all of our decisions, when we need to pay attention to the things that were given to us by our nurse and by our data that was collected from test scores and things like that. We are not, you talk about our charge, it is not just to serve the teachers. I know that,
And I have sat on the side to represent them when we did negotiations. We have to represent the community.
Is Nita in the room?
Yep.
Yep.
Hi, Nita.
Hi, Colleen.
Did you think you were going to escape tonight?
I did. I was going to be
sorry.
in my corner.
Sorry. I have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So can you please tell us what you think about the choice of the current hybrid plan versus the 4-day plan versus the 5-day plan? Which of those 3 plans would be your recommendation for the district?
Wow.
That's
Really unfair question.
That's probably a really unfair question.
That's really hard for me to say. I kind of like the teachers and working 24/7 these days. With our current plan, I don't see that changing depending on what we do. I know how hard our teachers are working. I know how hard our administrators are working. I am in a position where whatever is decided here, I'm gonna have to try to figure out how to make it work for everyone. I certainly, in my role, I have concerns about, the rising numbers that are happening around the country, and certainly coming. We have on any given day in a normal year in January, February, we have 90 kids a day out. That's only gonna maybe increase. With COVID going on, would that be different with less kids in school? I don't know, maybe half the numbers. It's a hard question for me to say definitively what I think we should do. I do have an issue with 5 days. I understand that parents want their kids in school 5 days a week. I also understand the challenge of spending more money for outsourcing our remote learners and losing the contact with our teachers. So I've talked to a lot of parents. I've heard arguments on every single side. I've talked to parents whose kids are not A students who are doing great. They're hybrid, they're doing fine, they want to stay safe. Their priority is to stay safe and to continue forward. I've heard others who absolutely are struggling and want their kids in school no matter what. So as has been mentioned a lot of times tonight, this is a really heated, divisive topic within our community. And there have been some not very nice things. I'm not reading them, thankfully, but I've heard that there have not been some very nice things said on both sides. So I pretty much stay off of social media for that reason. So I've been here a really long time, and I could not think more highly of our staff and our teachers and our administrators, and I know that everyone in the room honestly wants what they believe is best for our kids. I know that that's why we're all here. And I know that that's a really long, circuitous answer, non-answer to your question.
No, that was great, Nina. And I'm sorry, I noticed that you've been asked to weigh in on all of our other plans, and so this was the first time I hadn't heard from you when we talked about a plan, so I apologize for putting you on the spot. I was just thinking from a nurse perspective, because we've always heard from you, but I apologize and I appreciate your thoughtful answer.
I have concerns about, public health guidelines and distancing and all the things that have been concerns all along. So those concerns don't go away for me. I, however, am not the educator, so I also see the other side of having to figure out things from a perspective of student learning and those things, which is why I'm just a member of the task force and not the whole decision maker, which is a good thing, because we all have our lane. So.
Sure. Can I ask another question? Not of you, you're off the hook. of Lindsay and or Nicole. What is the plan on your 5-day plan to educate kids who would be quarantined, say for 28 days and miss an entire month of school, how would those children be educated?
Well, so I pointed that out in the 5-day plan, that kids who are on quarantine, our teachers would have to plan for. So, because they can't jump in and out of the outsourced remote. So to me, that's another huge downside of the 5-day-a-week plan. I mean, and then, teachers would not have the Monday time there. I mean, they would have plan time during the 5 days, but that would be something that, for me, kind of layers on to why I wouldn't recommend that plan.
Nita, when we quarantine, how many days do we quarantine for typically?
It depends.
Okay.
If it's your family member or if it's just someone else. If you're positive, you're quarantined for 10 days.
Okay.
If you are exposed with direct contact, you're quarantined for 14 days from your exposure. If it's your family member, potentially 24 days. So and we have a number of those. We have a number of staff members who've had to do that because of children or whatever. We've had children who've had to be out for a month or that because of their family member being positive. So we've had kind of the gamut of exposures, because if it's in your immediate family, you're quarantined for 14 days from the end of the person's quarantine.
So there's not a mandatory 24-day, but there's a potential for a 24-day.
If it's in your immediate family, there's also the potential for longer, because then if you've got 5 members in the family and then another one turns positive, the 14 days starts all over from the most current positive, from the end of their quarantine.
This is why we have you as a tracker.
That's what I've been doing 24/7 these days. I can answer those questions. And I've been working closely with public health on a daily, weekly basis as far as our numbers and working on the quarantines and trying to make sure that our dates are all good and working with parents and staff, taking calls. I'm doing the best I can to make sure that travel guidelines are followed. So as I have an opportunity, I'm speaking in as much as I can, Colleen, within my purview. Is that fair?
Sure. No, I appreciate all the information that you've been providing. It seems to me from an educational point of view that two things. One, the teachers have very clearly told us that they're not in favor of this plan that's on the table right now. But in addition to the teachers not being in favor of it, I don't understand how it's reasonable to adopt a plan that's going to require teachers to teach full-time and essentially have remote school too for just a portion of the kids, because we are going to have quarantines. That's just part of the nature of a pandemic.
We will have quarantines. That's definitely a consideration. And there will be more. I mean, your numbers rise exponentially, so it depends on where that comes from.
Also, just from a data perspective, and I've said this before, so once again, majority ruling is not ever really a consideration. We have to do what's right. But I did note in the hundreds of emails that we've received and in the comments we've had that the one group of people who have never really expressed that things are going terrible are our remote learners. I can't recall, and maybe I've missed one, but I can't recall our remote learners or remote learner families, even tonight. People aren't saying it's perfect. They're saying it's not ideal. But in general, I feel as though our remote learners are not expressing to us. Now, granted, we haven't surveyed anyone, so we don't actually know. But this seems to be, they don't seem to be the people that have the most issue. It would seem we don't want to change something that's working. Just like a lot of the things happening at the elementary schools. I've heard a lot of elementary school teachers tell me they actually think they're teaching more now than they do on a full day model, that the kids are getting more education. They have more connection with them. things like that. I would hate for us to throw away like the only silver linings we can find in a pandemic. Instead, I think we should keep the good things and try to fix the things that aren't so great instead of throwing everything out and starting again.
I just think there's not any way to balance this out for our teachers and our students. And like I said, I feel like there's students that are being left out, families that are being left out, and they have been kind of pushed aside since the beginning. And so I would make a motion that we move to a 5-day school week and outsource the remote learning for 6 through 12 and keep it the K through 5 with they seem to be doing very well with it. I would agree with Colleen, but I think the 6 through 12 is suffering.
We've got a motion to go to 5 days and outsource the grade 6 through 12 remote learning. Is there a second on that?
I'm sorry, I was looking because I've got a couple emails that I have people that talked about remote learning that wasn't going well for that I was looking back at. So, sorry, would you repeat the motion, please?
We've got a motion on the table to go to 5 days a week for second semester, and that would include outsourcing remote for grades 6 through 12.
I second that.
We've got a motion and a second. Is there discussion, more discussion before we vote on that?
I think that this marginalizes and does exactly what parents told us, segregates and discards some of our most vulnerable students. I don't know how we're going to have ever be able to stand by the hashtag Bulldog Strong when what we are saying is if you have reasons that you can't come to the building, we're not going to include you in our community anymore. We're going to outsource your learning. I don't know how you even make this motion with all of the questions that have not been answered. Do we even know how the mid-year switch from class I don't know what's going on right now. Is this happening to anybody else?
Are you still there?
Everybody. There you
It's
are.
gone too. I'm gone.
The whole system went kind of crazy.
She's back.
Colleen, are you there?
Colleen is there.
I was gone for a while, but I'm here, but I can't see you at all.
Ken, are you there?
Yeah, I'm back now.
Okay.
As I was saying, I don't know how we can say that we are coming together as a community to educate and do what's best for the community when by virtue of the motion, we are excluding members of our community from their education that they pay for, have asked for, were told that they would have, and we're basically pulling the rug out from under them. I don't even have words to express my shock and horror that we would even be considering
I think there's
saying that
two
to a
sides to that
population.
coin. I think there's two sides of that coin. I think there's a group of people that would say that the rug's been pulled out of them already.
83% of the people, 74%.
So I think it's both ends of the spectrum.
You know,
We didn't tell the people who want, we could, if we were going to do this the same way, we would say, if you want 5 days a week, go find another district to go and get your 5 days a week in-person education. We're not saying that to those people. we're saying that to the people who are 100% remote. It's not two sides of the coin. It's a totally different scenario. Unless we're willing to say, you know what, why don't we go all remote, and everybody who's looking for face-to-face, why don't you go and find that in a different district? That's not an apples to apples comparison.
Some people have gone into other districts to find 5 days per week. I'm one of them. I sent my youngest son to a school was going 5 days a week, almost all day long.
I'm just saying, you said there's the opposite side of the coin. But if we are making a decision tonight as a board to say if you are remote only, you are no longer going to be educated in this district, then that is not the same as people who want to go 5 days a week, because they're going 5 days a week is what's triggering the exit of the remote only learners. So the only way to say that is the other side of the coin is to say we're going to go 100% remote, and if you're looking for something else,
well,
you have to go and find that in another district.
I would love to have my son educated. He loved this school. I love this school, but it wasn't going to offer the education that he needed this year. And fortunately, we were able to afford to go somewhere else. Not everybody can do that.
Can we even just send out an actual survey that collects real data? We have not done that. We have not sent a survey with questions that are not biased one way or another, or leave out options for people to even choose. I do not think that we can say that we know what people want, because we have never surveyed in a way that actually gains that information for us.
I will say that tonight we heard from, and over the past few days, we've heard from a lot of people that the remote currently is going well for, and they like that, and they appreciate the connection with our district. But remote, I don't think is going well for everybody. And the reason I say that is when we put a 4-day option on the table, early indication from the survey that went out was we had about a third of the people on remote choose to come back in person.
Oh, that was the hybrid. You took away the hybrid. So people then said, if I can't go both, I either have to go in person or remote only.
No. The straight remote people.
Did you look at the survey, Max? Because I did. I read the survey.
But Max, I think the problem with the survey was that a lot of people said to themselves, it's the beginning of October and I don't know what's going to happen in January. Is COVID going to go away and be gone by January, or is it going to get much worse? And several people contacted me to ask, which one should I choose that'll make it easier for me to make a different decision later? If I say I want to be remote and then I change my mind in January, are they going to say, but there's no space for you, so you can't change? Or if I pick remote, or if I pick in person, will they let me default back out? And so I know several people who said that they were going to choose in person so that the district would plan for a spot for them, thinking that they would then pull out, would be easier for the district to accommodate than to push in at another time. And so I think that might be one of the reasons there was such an influx of the remote students saying they wanted to go in person. It was more trying to hold their spot than to actually make a decision.
Which doesn't really show that the survey works, because you're not getting accurate information back.
Well,
we didn't survey anyone. We said only write in if you're changing your mind.
Can I ask that we?
Gone down a path talking about a survey, and there's a motion on the table to vote.
Yeah, I think Dr. Hall is right. Can we return to the motion? And I think we're ready to vote.
Okay, there's no other discussion on the motion. Dawn, can you do a roll call vote, please?
Giles,
No.
Keith,
No.
Henricks,
Yes.
Schultz,
No.
Larson,
Yes.
Hennessy,
No.
McComb.
Yes. So that does not pass. And so we are back to the 4-day model that we had voted on last meeting. Is there any more discussion on this?
Yes, I move that we reconsider the hybrid plan and make modifications based on surveying and coming up with an actual plan that has defined policies and procedures with staff, parent, and student input, starting in January.
There's a motion to reconsider the hybrid plan. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion on that. I'll lead off the discussion. So that has our teachers K-6 teaching to potentially 3 groups again. So then do we outsource remote to do that?
Our 6 to 12 teachers have asked us to do that.
Our 6 to 12 teachers haven't asked us to do anything.
Our 6 to 12 teachers that have spoken have supported the current plan.
Well, our results don't seem to show that the current plan's working real well. 6 to 12.
So I'd like to ask that we consider K through 5 and 6 to 12 plans differently. I had a lot of parents who had issues with the 6 to 12 contact me, but I had a lot of parents who they also have kids in K to 5, and they would like to keep it the hybrid 4-day model for K through 5, and consider a full day 4-day model for the 6 through 12.
I don't know that. So you're suggesting we do 4 days, 4 full days, K-12 for the high school, and 4 half days? I'm confused.
I know, too.
What are you suggesting, Ken?
I'm suggesting, sorry, go ahead.
He was just suggesting to split it into 2 votes.
The problem is, I think if we have 6-12 doing something different than we're doing K-5, I think transportation becomes unmanageable. Can any of our administrators speak to that? Is that even something we can consider being on 2 different plans?
Well, the buses can't run into all the schools at 8:30.
Which is why you have a staggered start time now, correct? Right.
I believe Megan's motion on the floor.
There is a motion on the floor, yes.
Is to have a plan and to gather data to consider what the plan is going to look like.
No, the motion on the floor was to go back to a hybrid plan.
Megan, can you repeat your motion?
My motion was to go back face to face on the schedule of the hybrid plan. And then we would direct the superintendent to work to develop processes and details in the plan that would include all of we keep saying there's a plan. There's no actual plan with curriculum and pedagogies and understanding of clearly defined processes for what will happen when people are quarantining, what will happen when entire classrooms quarantine, what the data-driven number for closing an entire building with respect to COVID positives is, what the number would be for closing the entire district down. We talk about a plan, but really what we have is a face-to-face schedule. The details of the plan have been lacking long, and I'm suggesting we need those desperately. That is my motion.
I don't have all that, Megan. I apologize.
I apologize too, Dawn. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to it, and I will try and give you some semblance of a motion.
Well, I can do the same. I can go back and listen to it.
I just want to say that I am a bit concerned about the separate plans, and I appreciate all the input that came in from K to 5, but like, again, it goes back to, we have 2 different plans, and how do you make that work for your families? I mean, again, we're trying to move forward here, not backwards. Like, the kids shouldn't have to babysit the younger plans. I just don't understand it, because you know that happens. It even was brought up by the presenting group.
Yes.
My motion is that we vote on a face-to-face schedule that mimics what we are currently doing for hybrid, and then an actual plan is developed on the base of that face-to-face schedule.
I really like the idea of doing
I guess
that.
I don't understand what that means.
I really like the idea of doing that because I think we really need to listen to the people who have come to us, both in email and to the board, and expressed how their kids are struggling right now. And we need to address that. And I think a few teachers, I might be wrong, but I think it was Ellen Erickson who said, let us solve the problem instead of switching plans all the time and doing everything different. The teachers want what's best for the kids. The teachers want this to be successful. Let's give them some leeway. They've only been doing this for 8 weeks. Let them learn and grow, and we'll reevaluate. We can survey, we can ask, and we can come up with a plan that helps address the needs of the students who are struggling while keeping the safety that the teachers and the students would like. So I like the idea, Megan. Thanks for bringing it up.
I'm confused as to what the idea is. I did not hear it well, and it did not make sense to me what I heard. So I don't really understand what the motion is.
I think, from my understanding, her motion is that we would have the attendance of the hybrid plan.
The who?
The attendance, like 2 days a week or half days or however it is in this current hybrid plan. But we wouldn't just keep going how we are now. We would survey and address, and the superintendent would come up with a plan to address these issues and the spacing and all the things to basically improve upon ourselves, to do better. Am I summarizing you right, Megan?
So we're
So why, okay, for second semester, you mean?
My motion is for the remainder of the school year, correct?
She's saying year, school year.
Yeah, so for second semester. So we're keeping the current plan, but surveying how to make it better. Is that what we're saying?
Essentially, yes.
You know, I sat down with the MSCA and Merle, and we had a really productive conversation. And one of the questions that I asked them was, how are teachers working together to respond to problems that parents are bringing to them and the administration? You know, do the teams have time to work on that? And they were, and I would ask them to speak up since they're in the room, I think. They were of the opinion that there was a bit of a communication breakdown between issues being relayed to the administration and then those concerns making it to the teachers and the teachers being able to improve their process. And I remember in the conversation, the example I gave was the student who came and spoke to us about how he signed in for class and he was just there for a minute or two, and then the teacher let them go work on individual study. And the union at that meeting said they weren't aware of that kind of an issue until that student spoke in the meeting. And I think that's a perfect example of the kind of breakdown that must be occurring. So I think what Megan is saying is use surveys with parents and students to understand where things are not working, and then give our professional teachers some time to address those problems, some time to come up with solutions and see what they can do to resolve those problems.
Okay, so as I understand the motion on the table is to go back to the current plan for the remainder of the year and use some surveys to try to improve it and make it better and address shortfalls in the plan. Is there further discussion on that motion?
You just a second before we discuss?
It was seconded, I believe.
And Colleen seconded.
Colleen seconded it.
Ken seconded it, actually.
Ken seconded it.
I'm all for surveying, having data, working to get things that ought to be just normal processes for us. But I think to vote to reverse what was already voted on last month, we're still gonna be accused of whiplash with what we're doing with strategy here. Let's continue to improve things. Let's have a plan for a plan B if we have to make a change for January, but we already have a plan on the table.
I don't feel like it's whiplash based on all of the comments that the teachers and the union came and made tonight. And in fact, if you listened, this is exactly what they asked us to do. They asked us to reconsider the 4-day-a-week plan. They asked us to continue the course of the hybrid plan. So I don't believe it's whiplash. I think it's taking into account a very important constituency who came and in my mind spoke very clearly about what they're asking us to do tonight.
I agree, it's a very important constituency, but it's not the only constituency. So I don't see how we choose one over the other based on the information we have tonight.
And there's not equity in it. I mean, we talk about the plans not being equitable. We talk about what a K-5 needs and 6 to 12, and they're all different. So, I mean, if it's gonna be whatever you talked about, having an agreement with Max and the union, I mean, I wanna talk about that because we need to best represent the whole group too.
Okay, is there more discussion on this?
Perhaps we could say that we're going to survey and reassess at our next meeting and not be committed to any plan.
I, for one, believe the community needs some certainty on which way we're going. And we can't keep readdressing this at every meeting. Our staff we'll never have any semblance of order or planning. The community will not be able to make arrangements and count on anything. That if we keep having this discussion at every meeting, that will be whiplash for everybody. We're not.
No certainty.
That's not
good
good
for that anymore.
That's not good for anybody.
I think there's uncertainty anyway because you don't know what's going to happen with the pandemic.
Well, that's uncertainty that's out of our control.
This is true. This is something that we can make a plan for.
Okay, there's no more discussion on this motion. This is a motion to go back to a hybrid plan and look to refine it with more surveys and input. Roll call vote, please.
Larson,
No.
Hendricks,
No.
Giles,
No.
Hennessy. Yes. Keith,
Yes.
Schultz,
Yes.
McComb.
No. All right. Is there anything else under COVID?
I just had a quick question, and then I'm ready to move on. Dr. Hall, are we prepared to go fully remote in the event of a real ramp up in the pandemic?
Yeah. I think
Okay,
at
do we-
grades 6 through 12, it's fairly fluid now because we have kids who are quarantined and or sick or positive cases that have gone back and forth. I know that in grades K-5, our teachers who are teaching fully remote have been working with our other classroom teachers in terms of just training and talking, and so I would have confidence that we could do that. By the way, that's a decision that there is not a metric out there for that. That's a decision that we would make with input from the local health department based upon whatever circumstances happening at that time.
Okay, and do we have the remote learning plan that the state is requiring us to have ready to go?
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure those things are ready for us. Thank you.
And thank you. I've got just a couple comments. So if we do go 4-day, will our teachers know what to expect of them? When will they know what their class, how many classes kids they would need to be planning for? You mean numbers?
Yeah.
I think we have a fairly good handle on that. Because of the survey that we did at the beginning of October. So, I mean, we're working on it. I mean, in a sense, for the last week, we kind of went into a holding pattern until we knew what was going to happen tonight. Before we invested a lot of time and had meetings and that type of thing. So we look forward to moving ahead.
Dr. Hall, it was my understanding that we were still waiting on technology for 1st and 2nd grade, and that would be required to go remote. Is that true, or did that technology arrive?
It has not arrived for all of our students yet.
So do we have a plan in place for going remote without that technology for those grade levels?
So we have enough devices, like, if we have a classroom that shuts down, we have enough devices for the students that are in that classroom. So I mean, we are
I understand.
so far from the entire building needing to shut down before those devices get here.
In our current model, I'm sorry, don't mean to interrupt you, but in our current model right now, if we have a classroom shut down at Middletown, for example, or at Lincoln Trail, we've been able to move that class into another room so far, so it hasn't come down to a technology issue, because we haven't had multiple classes shut down at the same time, and that starts to happen. That's when we're talking with public health and other decisions may have to be made, but right now that hasn't been an issue for us.
And so is that part of what is required by the governor's order to have an e-learning plan? I'm just trying to understand if we're covered from the legal requirement to have a remote only plan without that technology.
You have to offer remote only, and we're doing that. That's what we're mandated to do, and that's what we're doing. And all of those students have access to technology that are currently selecting remote only.
Okay, it was my understanding that we have to be prepared to go back a phase and educate everyone if we are no longer allowed to gather. You're suggesting that that's not the case?
You're right. If we went back to phase 3 and we had to go fully remote, it is true that we have an obligation to educate everybody. Unfortunately, devices that we ordered in summertime have not gotten here. That's completely out of our control. And educate does not mean that every kid has one of our devices at home. What we did last spring, albeit not ideal, was at this building, Middletown Prairie, we sent home packets. Ideally, we'd like for everybody to have devices, but again, those are back ordered or.
There's no mandate that says every student must have a device.
Exactly.
And it would be imprudent for us to suggest that in the sense that we're not the only district that is experiencing shortages from devices. Every district in the country cannot get devices, period.
The question was, does our e-learning remote plan include a contingency for us not having those devices?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the replat of Conway Farms. Dr. Hall. Sorry.
That's okay. Right, on September 21st, the Board of Education approved an intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Mahomet to reconfigure the roads to the southern part of Conway Farms through the school district property east of Prairie View Road. And the new IGA takes the place of the old IGA. once the Village of Mahomet votes on it, and I believe that that is slated for their agenda tomorrow evening. So the next step in this process for our end of things is to approve the replatting of Conway Farms subdivision. I don't know if he's still there, if Sean Widener's wants to just comment, or?
He is still in.
He is. Probably
Mayor.
owe him lunch.
No, I'm happy to answer any questions. And in fact, maybe I'll have, we're here to facilitate questions, so I don't want to lead into the discussion. I'll reserve the comment for later.
Well, this is the next step in finalizing the process, is my understanding from the village. This is not another IGA. It's a vote to approve the replatting of the subdivision with roads, railroad crossing area, all represented properly now, as it is memorialized in the intergovernmental agreement.
That would be correct, and maybe I'll go back to I guess I'm maybe a little bit fresher than you guys. You have definitely endured a lot of discussion tonight. So I'll just summarize just real quick, three quick points on what we're trying to accomplish, and then open up for questions if you have any for me. Also with me tonight is Patrick and Kelly, if they're still out there. But the first thing, just big picture of what we're trying to accomplish is, yes, this is the logical step of the IGA, and what we passed already, or you have passed, of what needs to happen next. We're essentially switching the public right-of-way from where it was originally intended with the original IGA to what is envisioned now for the extension of South Mahomet Road. And that is public right-of-way. And there was some questions as far as what is public right-of-way versus easement. I'll maybe just answer that right now. Public right-of-way is essentially the means of which we transport people, goods, services. Example, streets, sidewalks, utilities. That is within a public right-of-way. And that is what is intended here for the dedication of that. Also, this is not the last step, I guess, in the process. The next steps after the right-of-way is essentially secured, the village will be pursuing the railroad permitting process that will be underway. It's currently underway. This is the last little domino to fall, I guess, on that front. But future decisions regarding some of the discussion items that came up earlier tonight in public comment, all of those issues will be covered with a process, and the process will follow our typical subdivision ordinance process, as well as kind of site plan reviews. So I'd be happy to expand on those if there's questions on those, but I'll stop here for now.
Mr. Weiner, it's Lori Larson. So is it all planned to be developed residential?
So, well, no, I don't think so. So what you have now, depending on what direction you're looking at, certainly to the east of your current property, if you look at the zoning map that's currently in place, in effect for the village, you'll see the designation of RS, which is the residential suburban. That's our default zoning for agricultural lands that got basically transferred from the county way back in the day. That's our default zoning for the village. We will say that zoning map is in conflict with our proposed land use plan, and that comes into play with our comprehensive planning, as well as, it's in a TIF district. So I would anticipate there to be zoning changes in the future, and we are hopeful that those changes would be or would include commercial. So I think there will be a mix of different uses throughout the area we're talking about, but currently it is zoned one way, and that might be leading to some confusion that it's all going to be developed as residential. I don't think that will be the case at all. No.
Okay, you said the issues that were brought up earlier tonight in public comment are issues that we would continue to work through as we work through the process?
Yeah, I mean, I can maybe just touch on a few of them. I mean, as far as the concern of private access along the South Mahomet Road extension, we've said this in previous meetings, and I'll say it again tonight. We envision limited access along South Mahomet Road. That would be limited to driveway cuts for, obviously, I mean, the school district itself on your property, but on either side of you, for collector streets that will then go into any kind of development. And then if there are commercial developments, of course, they might need some access as well, but we are not exploring or not supportive of residential driveways fronting the street in a typical residential setting. Again, that will be very clear and easy to deal with during the replatting and subdivision ordinance procedures for those properties. Street lighting was brought up. We do agree that street lighting needs to be considered. And in fact, we're going to adhere to our own ordinance on street lighting, which is essentially that all the intersection of collector and arterial streets, which this would definitely be a candidate for that, South Mahomet Road. Those intersections would be accommodated with street lights. That's not to be confused with the entire corridor. We're very purposeful and very specific in our ordinance what constitutes requirement of street lighting. The current intersection that was referred to, the current roundabout, I will remind everybody that is in a residential setting, and that's why it's not lit currently. Sidewalk, I believe, was brought up as well. The request for being on, I think, both sides of the street, maybe, or in that context. In turn, was to build a shared use path that's 8 foot wide on one side of the street. We have identified the north side as being the logical choice for that, and that will extend all the way to Prairie Road. We will not be building a second sidewalk on the other side of the street with the project for two reasons. One, it's expense that's not needed at this time, but also future development would likely damage it anyway. So we're basically will be grading the ground for a future sidewalk, but it will not be as part of the original plan, original construction sequencing. But certainly have that envisioned for both sides eventually. Can't think of anything else unless you can remind me what else might be concerning or question. Turn lane. As far as off of South Mahomet Road, Max?
So Sean, we were talking about a possible roundabout at the east end instead of having a four-way perpendicular with turn lanes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes. Thank you. So, again, I'll just kind of remind everybody where we're at in the process. We are from the section west of Churchill Road to the connection of existing South Mahomet Road is definitely further along in the design process than anything east of Churchill Road. That being said, the intersection or the terminus of the first project, which will bring us to Churchill Road and South Mahomet Road, we are exploring our options there. We do think, based on some of the previous comments by BOE, as well as others, as far as the safety and speeds along South Mahomet Road, we feel strongly that the roundabout would be a good choice for that intersection type. So that being said, the turn lanes would not be necessary or would be not applicable in that case.
Did I miss the meeting where we discussed this?
As far as a roundabout?
Uh-huh.
No, you did not, because it has not been discussed. this is something that is being considered currently as far as the current design and discussions. So happy to take any questions on that and also get your feedback on that.
So this replat is a land transfer for the purposes of these prescribed easements, correct?
It's a dedication of public right of way. You're not transferring any land.
So, but
It's essentially taking the previously dedicated public right of way in the current IGA, or I'm sorry, previous IGA, and then reallocating that per our understanding of the current IGA and plans for South Mount Road.
But this land will no longer be something that the district could use. Like I couldn't stop the street and put a football game in the middle of it. So we are in fact transferring land through the process of building this road, correct?
That would be correct. I would not promote having any football games in the middle of the street.
I'm not either. I'm just saying for the purposes of this discussion, I think it's important for people to understand that this is a 2/3 majority required vote.
I would agree to disagree on that. We've both had legal counsel from both the village side of things as well as BOE legal independently conclude that this is not a 2/3 majority vote for the plat approval.
I have also talked to 3 municipal lawyers who suggest that that is incorrect. So I think it's important that as we move forward, this, for me tonight, this is completely insufficient in terms of using this as a catalyst to move this project forward, because I do believe it requires a 2/3 majority vote. But aside from that, can you please tell me who's legally responsible for the maintenance and the liability of these infrastructures, both while we're building them and then after them in long term?
These would be everything within the public right of way. It will be coordinated, initiated, constructed, and maintained through the Village of Mahomet.
Sean, does the roadway, oh, sorry, Megan.
Sorry, in perpetuity?
Yes, it'd be a public right of way, a public road.
Maintained by
we
the
would love to
village
give.
and then owned by the village essentially, because I think we, earlier tonight, it was made fairly clear that the village doesn't maintain or improve land that it doesn't own. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the disconnect here.
Megan, I'll just add that we've run this by Frantic, and they assure us that we are not transferring property at the level that it requires a 2/3 vote. They call this a dedication of property, and we can do this with a majority vote. Frantic was very clear about that. Now, you may not agree with that, and I can appreciate that, but that doesn't change.
So it would require a transfer deed to equate to a transfer of property.
If it did, then we'd have to have a 2/3 vote.
I have a question for Sean or the board, but the way the road is outlined now, it precedes any plans that we might have for future building and puts a pickup in it, correct? Because the road is where it is and we don't even know what we're gonna build around there. Or not build.
That's true.
So.
This goes back 2 school boards, or 2 superintendents and 3 school boards. And the intent all along was to be able to build at least 2 properties of some kind on 77 acres. We have built the one. The initial straight across road that was there had 2 issues, if I understand from Sean, that it's got to be perpendicular going across the railroad tracks. But by going straight across, we truly eliminated, and we talked about this at the public meeting at the firehouse, truly eliminated the ability to put anything larger on the southern portion of the land. And by moving it north just a bit, as shows on the plan now, we free up the majority of the remaining property to the south to help us build something bigger.
It stops us from being able to build something to the north of the road. If we put the road all the way down on the south end, you could build wherever you want on the land. Right now, we're restricted because there's going to be a road through the middle of the land.
Colleen, maybe I'll step in and maybe provide some, I guess, context or clarifications. The original intent of the original plat, the original IGA, was for the extension of Country Ridge Drive to Prairie View Road.
Yep, we approved that in March of 16. Yes.
Well, it was actually way before that. So what happened and why we've moved to where we are today over the course of a number of years is the realization that Country Ridge Drive to be fully built, extended to Prairie View Road, is not feasible in the near future. Some would argue for a very long time. It could be 20, it could be 30 years. It's certainly in our long range transportation plan. But when the school district bought property where you have bought it currently and chose to develop facilities, it was clear that a secondary ingress and egress to your site, to your facilities, was needed. When we looked at the available options and to try to come up and satisfy that need that the district had, South Mahomet Road became the target and the feasible choice to be extended and to satisfy the needs of the district. So how we got to the location of the road and the railroad crossing location was a function of that need. And that's what I believe what Merle was referring to, previous administrations, previous boards. So to say that we can just move it all the way south is not entirely even possible based on what we're moving south. I mean, we need to connect to something. So South Mount Road is the connection, and where it is now has moved. I believe somebody made a comment last meeting that it keeps on moving. Well, it moved once. It was originally terminating at the Purnell / Atkins intersection point to your east. However, coordinating with the district, I believe your district architect or planner was on the call last meeting. The road actually moved north to basically provide you more acreage to the south for whatever facility plans or building layouts that you're looking at. So that's kind of the history of how we got to, one, South Mount Road being extended, and then two, the current location, which is approximately 300 feet plus or minus north of where we originally came across the property in an east-west direction.
Sean, you said, sorry, Colleen, go ahead.
Sorry, Ken. I guess what I'm suggesting is that when roads aren't built yet and they're just lines on maps, we could move the road to a different location, like make a curve in that road and make it go down to the south end, so we would have more space and have more safety. I guess that's what I'm suggesting.
Hey, Sean, were you the one that told me that plans aren't in concrete until the concrete is poured?
Yeah, pretty much. But I also have said in other meetings and in public settings and conversations that we have been moving in this direction for over a year now. While we are flexible of tweaking the road and treatments to that road, including intersection types, stop signs versus roundabouts, all that good stuff, the 80-foot wide right-of-way corridor, again, public right-of-way, that's pretty much set. I mean, we have essentially done a lot of legwork to get to this point today, coordinating everything to the west of Churchill. So, and that is just a function of where we have been and where we've talked about and where we've gone based on those previous meetings and discussions.
So Sean, you said that one of the things we need is a secondary point of ingress and egress. If you were to build the road east of Churchill out to Prairie View, that would accomplish that, correct?
Say it again, Ken. I'm sorry.
So you said one of the goals is to provide a secondary egress and ingress for the school district's property. And if we were to build if you were to build the road east of Churchill, connecting over to Prairie View, that would provide that secondary access. Am I correct in that?
That would be correct. What we're trying to provide also is the connection to basically the southwest part of town, which is that connection, the logical extension of South Mahomet Road as the first phase.
One of the concerns that I have is that having a secondary ingress and egress from our property is very different than having all of the traffic east-west from South Mahomet going through the middle of our campus. Those are two very different roads, and I think the safety concerns and the limitations that type of road puts on our ability to utilize that space for future planning is tremendously problematic.
Megan, I see it differently. We actually need a road in the middle to be able to access a building if we do build to the south.
Or the north.
I'm not, yes, but there's a difference between the traffic coming onto that road being for the purposes of just going to and from school buildings versus all of the traffic from South Mahomet using it as the major east-west artery for getting across town. And that is what is being described right now. And I think that is problematic.
That was discussed since we bought the 77 acres in the first place, was that we needed to be good neighbors because there was a need for the community to have a road go east across our property. That was agreed to 8 years ago.
The other thing I've heard recently from folks in the community is we need good access in and out. We need good access in and out. Well, good access in and out isn't little residential roads. You know, if you've got something that's gonna move traffic, it's gonna move traffic. Now.
It includes buses.
And it includes buses. Now, do we wanna limit access and do some things to make it as safe as we can? Of course we do. But we can't not have a road handling traffic, but yet build a road to handle traffic. Those two things don't align.
What's the danger of us waiting until we get through some of this other planning process that we're wanting to go through? That's what I guess I don't understand.
Well, the danger is not us. The danger is trying to inordinately long. Sean can talk to it with the ICC for the railroad crossing. They need a plat that shows a road that goes to somewhere other than nowhere to be able to get the approval from the ICC to build the railroad crossing. So the railroad crossing has been for probably 3 or 4 years been the biggest conundrum as to how to get across.
And when does that window close?
Sean?
As far as the window closing, I guess there's not a window, but I guess I go back to previous meetings, Board of Trustees / BOE joint meetings where myself, Kelly Pfeiffer, Patrick Brown were at BOE meetings, providing ample time for feedback, questions. We have moved forward and have expended hundreds of thousands of dollars so far of planning and design to get to the point where we are today.
Based on what we asked you to do.
Correct. So Now,
When we
again, the only change that happened from where we were before and where we are now was a direct result of the district architect, district leadership, Board of Education, the district saying, hey, we need some more land to the south to keep it flexible for future plans, whatever those plans may be. That's your purview. So we accommodated that request and moved the road north. Now, that change and that request by the district actually helped adjacent development discussions, property not owned by the district, property owned by others, to help facilitate their needs as well. So at the end of the day, it was actually a good change for all parties, village, developers, district, get to the point we are today and the location we are today. So that's why when asked the question as far as can we move it, we are pretty firm now based on all the engineering, planning, and coordination that has happened thus far. The corridor and the right of way as shown across the district's property right now is where we want it to be.
And when was the meeting where the district asked you to move the road?
I don't know, Colleen. I don't have that in front of me. Other than I guess your I think the gentleman's from BLDD, I think it was. Maybe Lindsay and Matt can to talk about that as far as what the discussions were as far as what space you needed.
Colleen, I don't think that happened
It
in a
came out
public
of board
meeting with a
discussion as
vote.
to whether we were dividing the property the right way, and we asked Damien to look at it. He said moving it north made more sense to help us, give us more options to develop the property. I want to speak to the timing on this because Jeremy brought that up. You know, part of the timing on this is driven by the railroad window. It's also driven by the TIF timing, because the sooner we can spur the TIF to generate some cash, the more funds we're gonna have available to spend on infrastructure. So really, the more we delay, the less infrastructure long-term we're able to do with the TIF. That's the practical part of it. In my book, the non-practical, but yet kind of the moral part of this is we're the ones that asked them to put this in high gear. And they did that for us when we asked them to do it. So here we are.
But we
As
didn't.
well as the current IGA that has been approved. This is the step that needs to happen. You know, obviously that needs to happen with. It would have been nice to have it concurrently if we could all done it all at once, but here we are
I
tonight.
realize when I say that, this isn't the exact group of 7 people that asked them to move this forward, but the Board of Education asked them to move it forward.
When?
One thing that I find disconcerting, and I was standing up, my back hurt, so I apologize to sit down so it wouldn't look like I'm in a posturing position. We've had 3 different people that have been in this community a long time who are developers who are flagging that position, and I need to think about that because they're in the development business and I'm not. I'm in the education business. That's what I want to do, and so that's what's causing a little bit of concern for me based upon the comments that have been at the last couple of meetings.
Lori, I think
just so you know
Lori, I think you're right to be concerned. I've had some folks with more expertise than I have on this kind of development express concerns about this plan and this platting as well. And so I think that we need to make sure we, when we agree to a road, think about the roads that we have in Mahomet and the thens we have in Mahomet neighborhoods and things like that. When we agree to this road, this is a decision that's going to last 50, maybe 100 years. This is a long-term decision. We need to make sure we get this right.
And some of the other issues that I'm having are like, we've talked about having this community engagement, talking about what we're gonna do and have buildings, and then it seems to me that since we're trying to be transparent, if we already have an idea what we're gonna do, then we're not being transparent. So,
I guess, Lori, I'll speak to the concerns raised tonight and what you just, I guess, repeated, of which I've already addressed in the beginning as far as those concerns. And we hear those concerns, and we're certainly working with other stakeholders in this process. And they will be continue to be worked with. I mean, the section to the east of your property is currently in a basically a very preliminary stage and flexible. So we are taking that feedback from landowners, developers, and whatnot. However, that being said, the east-west extension of the road through the district property was discussed, multiple times, and probably solidified during our TIF discussion, TIF extension, because that was kind of the trigger for all of this to happen. So we've taken direction from the BOE this entire time. And as far as others involved, those are other landowners, those are other developers, community, they will all be involved in other decisions. But tonight we're talking about the east-west, connection or crossing of your property.
And as far as the specific things that were brought before us tonight, we've already been through that list here. And those are things that will all be considered as we continue to move forward.
I want to be sure to be sensitive to the economic impact to the TIF, because we benefit greatly from the TIF. That's why we extended it back from that meeting we had at the firehouse. So that's right. We've been a couple boards into this. The TIF funding benefit will run out at some point, and we won't get paid for what we need to get paid for if we kick the can down the road. It's a general plat with general ideas of what we do, not the specificity, but with enough range to build bigger to the south. That's all we know today.
What does this road do to, as an extension to land to the east? I'm assuming that it's gonna have to go to Prairie View like you talked about, but where does it, it limits the location of the road as you go east.
Yeah, so the intent always has been to spur the more of the community / global perspective and economic development perspective is ultimately it needs to be connected to Prairie View Road. We're not building South Island Road or extending South Island Road for one sole purpose, i.e. connected to the school. It's going to go past that and connect to Prairie View Road. Now, the location of that currently, again, as I mentioned, the second section, which is everything east of Churchill Road, that is currently in the preliminary design stages. What you see or what you have seen in previous meetings is the preferred alignment from a preliminary engineering perspective. However, as we progress through this, that will get refined and it could move. I'll say here tonight that we remain flexible looking at all the options and we'll evaluate all the options for the section east of Churchill Road. Everything west from there is pretty much been coordinated and gone through those steps.
Okay, the motion is the superintendent recommends the Board of Education to approve and this has been approved by the attorneys, to approve the replat of Conway Farm subdivision phase 4 in substantially the form presented to the board, and direct the board president and secretary to execute the plat, and further advise the board president, secretary, superintendent, and the board attorney to take such further actions as may be necessary or desirable to carry out and comply with the intent of this motion. Is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
Is there a second? I will second. Is there more discussion?
I'm vehemently opposed to this authorization for the board president and the secretary and the superintendent to move with the authority of the board. I think it's clear that there must be lots of discussions taking place behind the scenes because people seem to have information that other board members don't. I don't believe that that is in the best interest of the district. I don't believe that is in line with the transparency that is required for us to fulfill our obligation to the community to do things in public. And I think that that's very problematic. And furthermore, it would be transferring the board's authority for decisions that deal with transferring land and thus would require a 2/3 majority anyway. But this is very problematic language. I don't understand why we wouldn't continue to have these discussions in the public purview as the entire board. There's obviously a lot of confusion with respect to this already, and putting this into backdoor.
Okay, just a point of clarification, Franzik crafted the motion, so.
I am telling you that I don't think that that language belongs in this motion.
I understand that you have a dissenting opinion on that.
I don't think it's appropriate to take these discussions with public land and public tax dollars and take those into any environment where it is not discussed in the public purview. I believe that is against our oath, and I find that extraordinarily troublesome.
Well, if I'm reading this right, the only part of the motion that needs to be implemented is the replat, which is what we have in front of us.
Right.
I think it is a bit foolhardy to do this before we've given our community time to weigh in on how we're going to develop our facilities. I think it was Lori who pointed that out, and I think she has the right of it, that if we were further along, if we knew what we were going to use the land in the Southeast campus for, it would maybe be different. But for right now, we don't know what the right position is for that road. And like I said, it is a very long-term decision.
I think it's a bit disingenuous for us to start a 3-year discussion with the village and then pull the rug out from them at the last minute.
Yeah, Ken, no, with all due respect, I think the opposite effect is on the table here, that we need to be good citizens with what we've been working on for 8 years. And this is the proof of all that work, sum total, not just the past year. We owe it to be good citizens to move ahead.
But our oath is actually to be fiduciaries of the district. So first and foremost, we have to act in the best interest of the district. And without knowing what the district needs moving forward, I don't believe that.
I don't disagree. I think it's clear
with that. Megan, I've got 8 and 10 years into this for the knowledge from several boards. I don't have any problem with the fiduciary duty. I've been living it.
And I guess from the village's perspective and traffic perspective, I mean, Dr. Hall, you see it every day out your window. Right now, the school district has a one-way in, one-way out scenario that does not serve the community well. We have a location, a plan, and a mechanism to pay for it right now, that to build basic streets that need to be built. My concern with this is what I think Merle or maybe Max brought up is, the time is ticking for the TIF district. We extended it. We can't extend it again. So we need to make plans to move forward with these projects. They do not happen overnight, nor do I think they necessarily have to be done in a sequence that we have to have all the answers for land use. I mean, I think when I say we, the village, we respect that the school district needs to look at all your options Hence why we even stepped away from the junior high. The district needs to
We
figure out.
worked pretty diligently to lay this out in a way that kept options on the table.
Yes, so it's flexible. At the end of the day, you're going to need a street somewhere. To say that you're going to have 70 acres with no other streets, I think that's a little short-sighted. But again, there's been a lot of legwork into this. I can't stress this enough. To go backwards now that's just a tough pill to swallow.
Okay, is there any other comments on this?
But what does 6 months do to this? That's what I'm saying. What's, you know?
Jeremy, the IGA is approved. If your direction tonight is for us not to execute it, I mean, that's certainly within your guys' discussion, but I guess my point is 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, we can't sit there and wait to have all the answers for the district and your facility planning. We can definitely move forward with this and still remain flexible to your needs. Pretty easily, in my opinion, based on what your district planner has laid out, based on previous discussions, previous boards, previous superintendents. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a combination of a lot of conversations, discussions. Yes, some discussions happen not in a public meeting, but that is reality that happens. But we have been with the Board of Education along the entire way. And I think the joint meeting at the firehouse was the first step to lay all the cards on the table. Here's the timeline. Here's everything we're going to do. It's been out there.
I'd like to suggest we go ahead and vote.
Any other comments? Don, roll call vote, please.
Hennessy,
No.
Schultz,
No.
Schultz,
No.
Key,
No.
Giles,
Yes.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Larson,
Yes.
McComb.
Yes. Item 5, community engagement.
Can I make a suggestion? Dr. Ronald was kind of waiting for item number 6, and then given that it's 12:35 a.m., I would like to ask the board to consider tabling 5 and 7 till November 2nd. I mean, we shouldn't be here this hour of the morning. It's been a long night, we've gotten a lot done, appreciate everyone's time, but that's just my request. But if we could just take care of.
I'm fine with that.
She's been waiting.
Let's go to item 6.
So these are just yearly agreements that we have with Macy. And so they're just updated with, basically the big change is just the dollar amount. They support some scholarships to Kids Club and Blast, although we've not been able to run Blast yet this year. They are still providing Kids Club scholarships, and they do support Bulldog Makers at high school.
Superintendent recommends Board of Education approve the agreements as presented. Is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Hennessy, second.
Further discussion on the Macy agreements?
Glad that we can have that community partnership.
It's been a great partnership with Macy over the years. We're certainly very appreciative. Hearing no other discussion, roll call vote.
Schultz,
Yes.
Giles,
Yes.
Larson,
Yes.
Keith,
Yes.
Hennessy,
Yes.
Hendricks,
Yes.
McComb.
Yes, is there a motion to table items 5 and 7 to November 2nd?
I move to table items 5 and 7 to November 2nd.
Is there a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Discussion on tabling? Roll call vote, please.
Keith,
We need to do closed or not?
Yes.
Larson,
Yes.
Hennessy,
Yes.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Schultz,
Yes.
Giles.
Yes.
McComb.
Yes, we're gonna forego any closed session items. So, that would complete our agenda for the evening. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Morrison.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion on adjournment? Roll
We,
call.
we, Lindsay's contract specifies that we set her goals before November 1st.
Yeah.
When will we expect to do that?
You have them, why don't we just, I mean, I think it's about as valuable to handle that over email as it is to handle at 12:40 a.m. So that's my input on my goals.
We've had your goals since
I emailed them out 2 weeks ago. The one that pertains to my contract is called Superintendent's Performance Goals and Objectives. I would just suggest looking that over, and if there's any objections, call me, or we'll set up a WebEx meeting and talk them through. If that's agreeable, I don't know, I'm just making a suggestion.
I'm fine with that. Any other thoughts on that?
I agree.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, we've got a motion to dismiss in a second. Any other comments, discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Giles,
Yes.
Keith,
Yes.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Schultz,
Yes.
Larson.
Yes.
Hennessy,
Yes.
McComb.
Yes. That concludes tonight's evening. Thank you if you're still hanging in there on YouTube. Have a great night, everybody.
Night, Mom.